to throw at this one. I always love a little Tech 9 round. These are where they can get kind of funky. You know, you can see a lovely set piece sometimes as well. And it looks like it is going to be outside smokes or a variation of them thrown. Now, will they commit with them is the question. But the problem is, I would be so concerned because Cybershoke, they have been absolutely no stranger to starting players down secret. And glowing, I mean, this pixel angle is dirty right now. I'm gonna wait for the smokes, of course, or maybe they're not. If they dry swing, it's gonna be a big problem. But smokes go down, a lot of damage done. Glowing still in the perfect position, and a team kill. Oh no, never mind. Set piece is falling apart. Call it off. You sprint there on the A bomb site, but it's all over.
It's not been looking particularly swimming for Force Reload anymore. It was a great start, don't get me wrong, but Cybershoke have their name written all over this map now. You've also got to consider that this is a bit scary. Force Reload, they're the ones that have picked into Nuke. And if they lose this, scraping by Mirage against Cybershoke on Cybershoke's map pick is already a difficult enough affair, right? But losing the first map also leaves you wide open to Anubis, which you don't have a lot of practice on.
Yeah, I mean,
almost,
you know,
almost feels like they've got a better chance at a 2-0 than a 2-1.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Obviously, as well, Cybershoke have picked into Mirage for a reason. May that be that Forza have more demos on it? I'm not sure. The reasoning, of course, they will only know, but what I do know is this was my win condition for Forza. If they wanted to go into the playoffs, they need to win this. And there's a little bit of fight right now. Spirit with a double. That's absolutely beautiful. Still needs a little bit more, but Spirit's going to be doing it all. And surely he's not going to stop here. Actually, stopped in his tracks. Blixie shuts him down, but still, that should be enough for a fourth round.
The stoppage just doesn't matter, right? He's gotten the work done, a triple that Force Reload can use to usher themselves into any damn bomb site. Blixie does still have an inkling of a chance, though. If he can find the drop on something, a 2v3 is suddenly a lot more digestible, but he's not picked the right ending. Goes all the way towards ramp instead, and now this lack of information is going to make him quickly realize that it is in fact going to be A. That is the point of progression for Force Reload. Blixie is about to run into a fight, actually. This little duel against Rexy could be everything. Not a Neki, though. He's gotten a double, and the bomb's out in the open. This is suddenly... this could fall apart. Something finally stifles the issue. But with 30 seconds to go and a 1v2 in the hands of Blixie, I'm not counting him out of this just yet, Zerfer. Rexy and something, they're both within the territory where they could get one-shot headshotted by the M4. And the smoke's not going to be up for long either.
It's not even a great smoke either, so you can kind of do a little bit of checking and clearing right here. He can make sure that all those elevated angles up top are just completely clean. This is going to be perfect for him to walk in. But speaking about perfect, timing, tap, shut down. Crisis averted. Scary time over. And Forza finally at 4.
And it took Spirit having a Donk-esque entry performance to net them around. Exactly, right?
Yeah, look. I mean, we know what a spirit animal is as well, because he's got that dog in him. You know, he can just go and he can get around over the line like that. But he needs a little bit of support, right? The entries aren't going to be enough. He can't do that every single round. Luckily, there is only one more round to play on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Force Reload have built themselves a bit of a buffer. It's not going to be running into the second half with nothing to fight back with. But my, oh my, they've been so unfortunate outside. It was first it was Lovicus doing so much damage through the smoke. Now it's Glowing, it's Phenomen. It feels like before they get into any real fights, they already start hemorrhaging players. Shady, this time, doesn't get up to his funny business.
Round has already
Just
been
the
and
IGL, yeah, it's not a great showing for the last round for Force Reload, but Cybershoke, they still have to watch out. Remember, this is still Force Reload's map pick. A pistol round and a conversion would suddenly bring them back within punching distance. It's been good so far from Cybershoke, but underdog victories are nothing new to Compass.
No, not at all. Something I do want to highlight though, and I think you are right. Glowing towards outside was definitely just the star of the half for me there, man. He just always seemed to be in the right position, or even if he wasn't finding the kills, he was still getting that impact because of the information he was gathering for his team. Exactly what you want from an outside player. And now, Cybershoke going on to their T side are going to try and do what Forza were unable to, and that is take 5 rounds to take this map. But right now, is there a little bit of a lobby crunch going on here? This could get dangerous right now. You've only got one player here. Shady is feeling all kinds of pressure.
Unfortunately, nothing goes the way of Cybershoke. Oof. It's rough. Force reload, winning every single duel outside of the first one on the retake. What a way to start off the second pistol. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered if they want to be back in the game.
Yeah, look, I think so. I think, you know, when you're talking about, obviously you need to win the pistol, obviously you need to win the next round, because Cybershoke at least getting a bomb plant there means that if they really wanted, they can actually invest into this one. And with that AK purchase, 100% we're going to see an investment here. And we seen what they could do with the pistols on the CT side. Now you've got not just a single AK, you've got a Galil in the mix here too. You need to have your wits about you, in all honesty, if you're Forza Reload. And Cybershoke, if we're talking just sheer mechanics, I'd say they've been the better of the two, so that's something that you definitely need to be wary of. Look at this fast play out ramp. Lavka slows it down. Something's just going to keep his eyes here. The peak comes in. Oh, and that AK already gets its reward.
That's worrying. Can't give up an entry like that. Also, bunch of space being created. It's Rexy down. It's Blixie starting to do work. And Kosmi's going to have to go real big with this MP9. Switched over to an M4. They're teeing up for a retake, but what they don't realize that not in Neki's already in Cosmi's back pocket. Shady in Spirit. Best case scenario now is just to run for the hills, my friend.
That is exactly how you didn't want the round to go. You don't even pick up a single kill. You do a lot of damage to Lavicus initially on that AK, but you're unable to stop them, and then everybody else falls. By the way, that Nodineki timing down the vent behind him was immaculate. That is insanely difficult to do. But Cybershoke, I mean, even with just 2 rifles and the rest on deagles, I wonder that they're having a little bit of a laugh and a joke. They know that they've absolutely snatched that round from under the noses of Forza Reload. And, you know, Cybershoke have been here before. You know, they've been involved in these events. They know what it takes to get into playoffs. Forza Reload, this is, you know, uncharted territory, uncharted water for them to really be in right now. And, you know, when the going gets tough, usually the tough get going, and this is really where Forza Reload are going to have to show what they're made of.
Shady wanted to take initiative. He's got a flashbang to support, but the first spray down is going to be his last. Cybershoke, straight off the back of the conversion, they're right back into the game. A 5v4 with Force Reload only having pistols. Couple MP9s. Can almost count them out with how good Cybershoke's been looking. I know that there's a lot of things that Cybershoke aren't doing wrong, Zerfer, is the fact that they're not getting stuck outside much like Force Reload were. Instead, they're going to be a bit more proactive. 5-7, though, in that position can be dangerous, but Glowing will avert it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we haven't really seen how they've been kind of going on those kind of gun rounds, because we haven't seen one that, you know, as went towards outside. We haven't even seen one at all. But yeah, I think Forza Reload, where they actually did go wrong was, you know, the scaling kind of stopped halfway through. Information being denied. Cybershoke are just happy right now with the way things are going, and they're gonna, you know, kind of pull a page out of Forza's book and go for a little bit of a freeze to see if Forza are gonna walk in. But eventually the T's are gonna have to make their move, and they are gonna guess correctly. They're gonna go into the unmanned bomb site. Every player from Forza Reload that's still alive is below deck right now, and I mean, they're going to maybe try and save these weapons. I think they need to. It's going to be a double eco if they don't. So at least it's going to be something for you to play around with in the next round. But, you know, we're not going to see a full buy until possibly 11-5. And I don't know about you, Faraz, man, but that is just a horrible scoreline. M or 12 is just so unforgiving sometimes.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's almost as if you don't have many chances for the comeback, but the chances that you do have, they're very potent, right? It's that if you can upset on a conversion, if you can, you know, get a couple rounds after the pistol, then suddenly a comeback is way more doable in MR12, but Cybershoke, they're not going to let that be a reality by any stretch of the imagination. 10 rounds already, and you've got to remember, this is Force Reload's map pick, so heading into Mirage, how are you wagering on their chances?
I mean, look, it is a map that we have seen Forza Reload play on, you know, a handful of times. They were able to beat YaLLa last time out in the Compass, 13-7. Did have a disappointing showing against Sashi, 13-3. So, I'm not sure. I'm honestly thinking that Cybershoke probably took a look at one of those games and that's why they picked into it rather than going for the straight Anubis, which I believe Forza Reload have only played once on HLTV. So I still think, yes, they do have chances. It's Mirage. Everybody knows how to play Mirage, but it's at what level do they know how to play Mirage is my question.
Of course, Cybershoke are a completely different level, right? They've seen some of the highs in Tier 2, and we know for a fact that with their rebuild, they should be even more potent. Fours about to attempt a retake. 3 versus 4. This first duel is everything. All something doesn't get to use this 5-7. The smoke is perfect from the tees, and Nadaneki is going to put his foot down. 11-5 at Cybershoke. They're continuing their winning ways.
Even in an uncomfortable situation like that, right, you can see how composed Cybershoke are. They get onto the bomb site, they know that they've got, you know, a less advantage. Force a reload. Without a kit, they're going to have to take a risk. They're going to have to try and push through that smoke. Crossfire was just absolutely perfect. And we get to see a gun round, finally, at last. Both teams on rifles, but no AWP in the mix. We might actually not see Shady on an AWP on the CT side, which would be a crying shame because he has not been in this game whatsoever. Fast take towards outside, smokes, providing maybe a little bit of a gap with a spam. If you've got a HE to nade it open, Rexy, that'd be absolutely perfect. And oh, Shady's HE does not go deep. Not enough information there at all. You're going to have to hope that you maybe catch a spam. Might have caught a glimpse of Venom. You did spot out Lavicus though, and that's a nice pick off to start things off.
A bit sloppy from Lavicus considering that he exposed his shadow way before he went for the duel. There's got to be a little bit more proactive on that angle. Have to do it in one good swing. But Cybershoke, they've got enough margin for error, right? You only got a couple rounds until you're flirting with the finish line. And I'm not sure why Force Reload are going for aggression. I mean, it works out, yes, but if Nadaneki gets a punish there, then that would be a disaster. In the meantime, though, Blixie's trying to make something happen through the vents. They're already sprawling all over the A bomb site, and Customy's duel here is everything. Is he going to be watched out for? Swing out is good. Phenomen's going to find him. Spirit trying to respond. And it's glowing in a 1 versus 2 position. Brings it down to just 1, and he had the advantage of surprise. 1v1. It's just something up against him, and a good adjustment on top of the rafters. What a nicely played round by Glowing.
That's absolutely beautiful by Glowing. It's just something. It's nothing to Glowing, mate. Absolutely not at all. 1v2, absolutely no problem. And I thought they messed it up. I really did. I thought that they made a hames of it going up towards the A bomb site. All of Forza Reload were there. The trades were good for the CTs, but the 1v2, Glowing catches the timing to pick off the first, and when you give him 1v1s, he is going to snatch them up. Forza Reload, very weak on the buy here, which is going to be a big problem. Lacking util, can very rarely stop it, and fast A play. Luckily, Cybershoke are not going to be going for that to kick things off. They're going to continue to play slow. It's been working. Try and find this opening if they can. And Shady hasn't seen much towards outside to go off. Flash tagged him there. Perfect bit of information.
How does Cosme get away with that? It is eventually going to get chased down, and I think there was a moment where I thought the stars were going to align. I thought maybe the IGL had something to show us, but even with the 2 kills, For's reload, unfortunately, no output from the rest of the squad does mean that this is going to be in the dust for For's reload. Shady, a chance at a 1v3, but just not a big enough one at that. Shoke coming away with a Nuke victory that they can be very happy about, quickly stifling the underdog and doing it in a very convincing fashion. 13-5, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, look, I knew that this game as a whole was going to be tough for Forza Reload, but I was expecting them to put up a little bit more of a fight than that on their own map pick. Sometimes it'd be like that though, you know, an 8-4 half, a good T side, but Shoke, they won the rounds in the right places. All the swing rounds in the whole game went only one way, and that was Shoke. So they're going to reap the rewards. A real captain's performance from Glowin. You know, he was so dominant towards outside. The 1v2 at the end from him as well. He is just consistently having impact as well. Forza Reload, a little bit disappointing on the majority of players. I would have liked to see Shady on an AWP. I don't really think he got a chance to kind of get into that game at all. You know, T-side opping is difficult on Nuke, and you know, on the CT side we didn't even see him pick it up once. So it is a little bit desperate for Forza Reload. But hey, you've got Mirage coming up. It's a map that you've played a handful of times. You've played it twice already in the Compass. 1 win, 1 loss. You'll be hoping to make it 2 though.
Yeah, it's very likely that Shoke are going to get it done in 2 bites. However, Forza Reload, they're not out of this just yet. They showed some flashes in the pan, and we're hoping that that can be enough oil to cook something up for map number 2. But we're not going to be seeing that until 10 minutes time, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you!
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. It wasn't a very convincing affair from Forced Reload by any stretch of the imagination. A 13-5 finish, couple flashes in the pan, but nothing really came out of the kitchen. Zerfer, do you think they've got any more chefs in there, or do you think they're going to succumb to a 2-0 loss?
They could be cooked. They definitely could be. It could be burnt. It could be charred. But you can maybe pull it out of the fire still. Look, I think honestly, I don't want to disregard them completely. I don't want to say they don't have a chance whatsoever. But we need to see something from some of the heavy hitters. You know, Shady was not in map 1 at all. Especially, you know, I think he only picked up a single op kill. Only had a couple of rounds. To be fair, the economy was in no shape for him to really be wielding it whatsoever. But on Mirage, you know, we need to see a little bit more from him. We need to see Rexy live up to, you know, all the hype and the numbers that he's been putting up in his past few maps. He wasn't really there. And Forza, in all honesty, they weren't really struggling to find those opening kills. You know, a lot of the time they were actually finding and winning the opening duels. It was in that kind of 5v4 situation where they were kind of falling apart. So I just need to see maybe a little bit more composure when they get down into that situation. But they've got a big job on their hands if they want to stop glowing, because he was immaculate on map 1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Force Reload have as a response to that. It just felt like everything across the board from Shoke looked better. The rifling department, the opping department for sure. I mean, there were... I can't really even comment on the IGLing, right? Because it never got to the point where that would be tested. I mean, if we're just talking about the IGLs, the firepower between them was about even, but there's not really much saying about that, right? I think there were a couple moments where I felt like some nicer leadership decisions by Force Reload might have yielded them something at least a bit closer to a W. You know, we saw them get stuck outside quite a few times. Later into the rounds, they weren't really feeling too confident about converting onto bomb sites. So I think it really comes down to like mid and late round pacing being a little bit off for Force Reload. Now, is that going to be a bit better on Mirage? Maybe. I mean, you've got to understand that it's a much less complex map than Nuke, so generally teams are much less likely to freeze on it. But we are about to head straight into Mirage. Shoke on the T side, Forced Reload on the CT. Let's see if they can still bounce back.
I like this off the rip. You see a little B stack here for Forza. Rexy boosted up. You've got something up on top of the balcony. It's a really nice setup for what's about to happen, because it's looking like the pressure's going to go out over towards mid, and it is going to be a short split a little bit later on. Jump spot in as well. Once you spot that information, now you can go for a peek and try and stop them, but you need to actually hit the shots, and when you don't, you will fall, and all that pressure now put on the remaining two defenders. But they're doing a good job right now. Rexy causing havoc on the bomb site, but eventually it will fall into Shoke's hands. And we've got a 2v2 here, post plan.
Fours, a big pistol that they need. It would do a lot for their confidence, but glowing has definitely started to strike them down. Going for jumping shots, a bit risky, sure, but Shady's so low that it doesn't really matter. Trying to come out of the bomb, out of this apartments is an exercise in impossibility, and glowing will make sure of it.
that's Cybershock picking up their first pistol of the series as well, and in quite some fashion too, because it was looking like it was maybe going to go wrong with Rexy actually finding that double kill in there, but in all honesty, up towards the balcony, something in that gunfight, he needed to do a little bit more, you know. It's a little bit awkward in a whiff. Once that kind of falls apart, it's just put so much unnecessary pressure down there. Good call in all honesty, but pistol doesn't go your way. Then you go for a force buy, you really need something. Smoked off instantly, they're going to go for a boost towards ladder, and Cybershock are going for pretty much a similar round, but more mid-centric.
So far, so good for Force Reload in the bracket itself. They've been 2-0 so far, but is Cybershock finally going to be that speed bump that breaks them? Oh, this force buy could actually work out. Nope, not Neki and Glowing. They've got too much to say about it, but Shady, he's still trying to keep things competitive. Tries to pop off with a scout rifle, but does eventually caught off from a different angle. Spirit, a 1v3. Which he's not even going to be able to contest.
Yeah, I mean, look, you may as well bring the FAMAS into the next round, right? You know, you've gone for a force buy. That was your chance to try and stop them there. And to be fair, you did a good job. You picked up 2 kills. It's a decent amount of damage. But for what you had invested in the round, you would have liked it to get down into, you know, a 2vx situation. Then we might have seen an attempt. 1v3, never going to happen. Cybershock, they weather that storm. They get that round over the line. And, well, for Forza Reload, it seems like it is going to be back to the drawing board, but I think this next round will just be more so of a discussion of what they want to do in the later round for when they actually are able to afford a couple of weapons.
Not exactly an inspiring start. But you know, I'm trying to think about the win conditions, and if they can activate an AWP a bit earlier in the hands of Shady, then we could definitely see something happen. Also, Fenomen not prioritizing that AWP does obviously make that op duel a little bit easier as well. I will say though, I'm not sure how much I agree with the decision to force buy in the second one. I thought maybe they want to have a bit more leg room for the money. We'll see. Quite a bit of damage, actually. They've got ramp control, and they've got a couple kills. Look at this. There's 3 players that deep into ramp, and Glowing's information's been given up. Gonna try and chase them down with a nade and MAC-10 combo. Oh, might be a bit too much to digest, but no, it's Glowing with all 3 kills. Beautiful work, but it's still a 2 versus 2 that Spirit and Something can make happen. No, Spirit down, Something. As the reinforcements coming through with the Desert Eagle. 2 heads to find. Is going to peek into the healthier player first if he does decide to go forward. There it is. The audio cue's there, but he's simply not quick enough on the trigger. 3-0 for Cybershock.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about win conditions, right? You know, Glowing is that win condition on the side of Cybershock, right? I mean, this guy has absolutely no fear. He's just skill checking them right now, and it's beautiful to look at. It's horrible to be up against because he is just peeking without any fear. Somebody needs to put him in his place quickly, or this map is going to be over. Glowing is that kind of guy that if you give him, you know, an inch, he will just take an absolute mile. But at least we see Shady on an AWP on the CT side. I like this now. We can see maybe what he's made of. He's going to go up towards Palestone with it. Nobody's going to be home. It's going to be the ramp walk in. No, the Neki posted up is going to see the feet. And, well, actually just wanted a better angle. Spirit is going to be able to spot him out first. So that's Forza Reload getting an opening early on. And they can maybe adjust off that, focus over towards mid, and they might get there in time to stop this short play from happening.
Oh, Forza Reload, they try and they try, but Glowing is making quick work of them. Lovicus eventually down. And despite the fact that Glowing got 3 kills, this could still be on. In fact, it's a bit more favor for them. The bomb out in no man's land. There's also a Molotov to stop any progressions from Blixie. A 1v2 for him to find. There's an AWP in the hands of Shady. There's more time being wasted by the flames that have been presented. And now they know exactly where Blixie is. He's going to try and cheat away this bomb through the smoke. Going to have no trouble doing exactly that. Is he going to be caught here, Zerfer?
Yeah, like, I mean, he's got the bomb. He's got enough space to put it down. Problem is, that AWP is posted, and, I mean, he needs to be so careful, but he'll get across from the bomb site. This is horrible, but, oh, flash, and he's been spotted. They know exactly where he is now. He needs to make sure if he takes a step back, up is going to take him, needs to win that duel. He played it right, in my opinion. He took the 1v1, unfortunately comes up short, and, I mean, Forza Reload, that's a massive sigh of relief, right? I mean,
it's also the little 1v1 being played so well by Rexy. The fact that he's constantly 80-80ing, so he's a nigh impossible target to hit, and then he only counter-strays as he's seeing the full peek out. And look at this 3-piece from Glowing. Beautiful, but not enough.
That's the terrifying thing about it as well, though. It's like, you know, alright, they were the better team in that round, for sure, Forza Reload. But Glowing, he instantly just killed 3. And it's a terrifying statistic to look at, that he's 9-1 up with 172 ADR. That is crazy right now. And in all honesty, you need to hope that he just cools off. Because if he doesn't, he can still just be that man to do all the damage. Oh, how did he win
I really thought that Naughty was going to get away with something there, but right now, this round has Force Reload written all over it. 2 players down for the Cybershoke boys, but Phenomen being able to respond in kind suddenly opens up some avenues. 2-in-1 setup from Force Reload now. They've got a player in short, but that means they're going to have to leak Apartments Glowing. Another, a response from Shady. But B is too far gone. This deep progression into market from Blixie, and the fact that Phenomen can now soon join, it's a bit too much. Fortunately for them, they're going to get a bit of a head start on it because the audio queue is going to be there. Something trying to pop off shots. Getting this bomb across is a tad bit difficult, and I think Something's realized that there may have been someone that's already crossed. They're already getting ready for the retake. 2 players moving right in, marching in, but the Molotov's a bit too shallow. They're going to let these mice slip away through the cracks. Something found. 1v1. Blixie peeks out. Shady's looking for the angle, but Blixie's too good. And Cybershoke with a 4th.
I want to ask you a serious question, Faraz. When was the last time you've ever seen a post plant played like that? That the T's just keep swinging over and over and over? Is it just me, or is it Cybershoke?
I saw it last night. I did in fact get to cast a game last night, which was a lot like this. It was my Face It match, and the reason I say I was casting is because I was always dying and just spectating and spamming my mic, backseat gaming. So yeah.
yeah, but it almost has that feel that it is almost a Face It game, that the T's just keep peeking over and over and over. Like they. Forza need to stop them, man. They're just so full of confidence right now. Look at that. The peek from the AWP instantly shut down towards the apartments. Burning up in that Molotov. Spirit is good for 1, and that at least keeps Forza's treading water at least, but still all over the bomb site with the rifles. Oh, surely no way out. Trades, nice headshot, but another kill in a Molotov. Something left to do it all with just a USP in his hand.
I mean, if I'm Something in that position, I just throw myself at the situation and just hope for the best.
Full W through a smoke and just hope that you just hit an insane transfer onto both heads. Four perfect bullets. That's all it needs.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh no, I thought he might have found a really good timing, but it's, yeah, it's not happening. Cybershoke, they are an impenetrable wall.
Yeah, look, I mean, still Forza, they're able to get a little bit of damage in that round and keep it, you know, somewhat competitive, but it was never really going to be too much to worry for Cybershoke. You know, they always were kind of at least a step ahead in that round. The trades were always there at moments. So Forza Reload, it is once again back on them to really see how they're going to try and stop them. Mid is going to be where they're thinking about getting proactive, and Cybershoke, they're looking to hit B once more, man. They're looking to punish Something on this B bomb site. Flash is perfect. He's completely blind, and they've already taken it. I'd call a save here.
You and every decent IGL under the sun, right? Unless Cosby can get away with some damage. No. Had to find a double, or they would have no chance back in the fights. Cyber Shoke, just too far ahead, man. This was always going to be an issue. The fact that Cyber Shoke love picking into Mirage, it's their bread and butter, forced reload, their sample sizes and all that, and a bag of chips. We've got one decent victory. I guess that was against Eklot, if I'm not wrong. But most of the time, their plays on Mirage have been largely uninspiring. I'm a bit disappointed so far in Force Reload, considering they are part of the 2-0 bracket. I really did think that they were almost they'd have a lot of dark horse potential. But I mean, they've got chances, right? And you can't really fault them for faltering against a team like Cybershoke, which is in fact very, very potent, and now even better after the rebuild.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, you can obviously have your issues and say that, alright, Forza Reload should have been a little bit more competitive so far in this game, but you have to tip your hat as well to Cybershoke. You know, that round in particular is an unbelievable call from Glowing. You know, that they just catch them sleeping, nothing that you can do in that situation. One player falls and that's the round pretty much over. And you know, we haven't kind of seen that tactical in-depth because we haven't needed it really, because Cybershoke have been that good. I'm liking this though in this round, a little bit of a change up. You know, the rifle is going to get a little bit closer once again. AWP posted over towards the B apartments. That's the adjustment made. Problem is Cybershoke have only got one player here. The rest of them are out towards mid. You've got Glowing and Palace. They're looking to A split here. Blixie is just a distraction.
If Blixie can do any damage at all, this is fine and dandy. Force Reload right now, it's all about getting the information. Blixie finds one, and since the op's been posted off the angle, now Shady has no information, and they're going to be bunkering down on the one side that they do have control of. That's the right move to make. Blixie, though, in the meantime, he's starting to open up avenues on B, but Lovicus is doing too much damage. They're winning all of their duel. Something can't do anything at all. Cybershoke. Just too much firepower for Force Reload to handle.
That's simply what it's coming down to as well. It's just they can't win the duels versus them. And, you know, the walk in, Blixie finds that kill, puts a lot of pressure on the solo B defender. And even there, you know, it looked like Cybershoke were going to commit up towards the B bomb site. They just turn around after the kill is found towards connector and they go run at the other two players. They just want to take the fights with them because they've been winning them, and why not? Boost the stats while you can. You're dominating this game and you are running away with it.
Almost like we're watching Force Reload just walk the plank off the ship. Flashbang's decent. Lovicus gets the angle. And I do appreciate how Cybershoke aren't playing too loosely even when they do have a pretty big advantage. Instead, you know, they know that although they can rest on their laurels a little bit, they do have to stay faithful to the laurels here. Playing a slow game plan. Not really switching anything up, not trying to rush into a bomb site or anything.
Yeah, I think that's just a test to just how professional this team really is and where they actually want to go. You see a lot of teams just take games very lightly and it ends up costing them. They know that Forza Reload can punish them, but if you take it serious, it can keep going like this, swimmingly, as it looks like Forza are drowning once again in their own blood on the bomb sites. At least there's going to be an M4 saved from Kuzmi if he's fortunate to not be spotted going in towards the ladder. I don't know how invested Cybershoke are going to go on the hunt here because I don't really know if they're aware that this M4 is in play.
This game has Cybershoke written all over it. I was hoping the fewer complexities of Mirage might allow them to have a bit better pacing, but on the CT side, when they don't have the ball in their court, when Cybershoke are the ones that get to twist them around their little finger, they've been really good. Cyber Shoke on top at the moment. Force reload. I'm not even sure what kind of response I'm looking for. There were a couple of moments where, you know, we saw Shady get aggressive in apartments, but it was a half-hearted commitment. They don't even find Blixie in that instance. And I really do wish we saw some more initiative, something a bit more unorthodox, considering that whatever they're doing right now just isn't working.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was actually a good round that they had. They didn't end up winning it, but when they went aggressive in towards middle, I don't know if you remember, but Nodaneki, it was like a messy fight with a Galil towards top middle. I think they just need to take that kind of control away from them, because obviously it's not working on the bomb sites. If they're just standing and holding, they need to try and contest mid with all their might. They've got plenty of utils to do it right now. Get the AWP in towards window to nade open on a timing to maybe try and help you, even get them in connector or something. Just, you need to get active here. You need to just try and take the fights to them. And it's looking like we might see something like that. Never mind, it's going to be in towards the ladder. But they are still fighting a little bit. They are playing for that information. You spot one player towards top middle. Smoke is going to go perfectly in towards the window. Big nade onto Lovicus, though, to kick things off. Forza Reload, I honestly like the setup here. They've got complete control over this.
Oh, Phenomen nearly had a lineup there, and they might actually be doing something now. Shady finds one through the smoke. No, Glowing just has the right angle. Why is he not being punished by the connector player? Blixie's positioning is perfect, and it's cost me on the 1v2. They have full control of face side. I'm not sure why they're progressing forward, but Blixie and Nodaneki will do a fine job at stifling these wounds. 9-1, man. Is there anything that Force Reload can bring to the table?
I mean, it went okay. They actually did something really good there. You know, they go for an awkward timing to re-aggress in towards mid to take without any real flashes or anything. They all just peek, and quite clearly, Cyberchoke actually weren't ready for it. The problems just came after. It all fell apart. The A pinch there. They pushed in towards middle to try and get the bomb, and they're able to find that kill onto the last player. But I like that adjustment. I don't think Forza Reload just played it bad in the initial instance. It was just maybe a little bit of complacency in their mind. Missed shot from Shady. That was a good chance. I love the reposition towards ramp, but he needs to be ready. He's got a fight coming up there. If he's not careful, somebody in the close right-hand corner. Look, Blixie's ready for this completely if Shady wants to peek in, but he is still being patient about this.
Oh, no, this could be the lineup, actually. Oh, Shady's missed. He's got support. No, you can't miss 2 in a row. In the meantime, the rest of the team can start coming through from middle. They can even decide to go B. They have Nodaneki's information, but at least the ops have been taken care of. Cybershoke, I want to see what decision they make from here on out. They still have the bomb all the way in ramp. Spirit is trying to find an individual duel, and that is a big find to be having, but he's going to get caught on the cross. Phenomen's been looking too damn good today, and it's cost me in something. Trying to figure out this 1v3 now with one of them already being down. Something. Can he furnish a victory here? Doesn't seem very likely, but a clutch would be exactly what the doctor ordered to get something kicking. Okay, ball's down to 2. Looks for the head on the second. And while they're committing to the bomb plant, it is a bit more doable. Something knows that Glowing has crossed over to the right side. No, he doesn't. Still going for the spam. And this lack of information is exactly what is going to suffocate him. He's still going forward, slowly crossing forward. It's a deadly crossfire being set up. He's got info on the Tetris player. Tries to isolate the duel, but Phenomen is too fast.
Too fast and too quick. Are we describing Phenomen or this series?
Your pick.
Yeah, your pick. Force pick didn't go their way. Mirage has not been much better, and this has just been sheer and utter domination, and it's just been a test to, you know, Cybershoke are probably one of the strongest teams that we do have in the compass. They are running the show right now. Forza Reload, this is all about making this one a little bit more respectable right here. See if you can maybe get something to go your way, and I think we're going to finish exactly how we started for Az. B split.
might be the case. Almost certainly going to be the case. Something's got a big responsibility to hold the line, but he simply can't. Cosme, next on the chopping block. He's burning to a crisp as well. There's a Molotov nipping at his feet. He finds a little corner, but that corner's not going to keep him safe. Rexy desperately pops out of market, but there's still bullets flying in the faces of the Force Reload boys. Spirit, 1v5. Consolation prize are even going to be hard to come by. This Famas has the strength of the claw in a claw machine at the moment. Still desperate. Does net 1, but 11-1 is the final scoreline as Cybershoke, they've gone way too far ahead now.
Yeah, surely you're thinking that there's no way back right now. This is just about how many rounds. You know, you win the pistol. I mean, look, we could see one of the most insane comebacks, but it would definitely be a slim chance, right? You know, you've got now Cybershoke going on to the CT side where you assume that they are a lot stronger. But Forza Reload have won the majority of the pistols so far in this series. That's all I'm saying. So you never know. Forza Reload could extend play for a little bit further. Fast boost in towards the apartments. Blixie's going to get close. And Forza Reload going to try and sprint out towards this B bomb site. Julie's in hand there. He's not going to clear back just yet. Third player will do it. And Blixie has done a severe amount of damage right now. But the site lost.
This is everything for Forza Reload. You've got to hold on to your horses. At the very least, before you bow out of this game, you need to build yourselves up some confidence lest you head into a slump. No, the flashes are too good. They're fighting back. Glowing's been such a devastating force throughout this series. Shady and Rexy, just 2 players remaining. Dooley's the Juggernaut in from the side. They're still fighting back. And the last 2 on short are too far away to get on the defuse. A 4v2 successfully averted by Forza Reload. But is that enough to make a dent?
Terrorists win.
You'd hope for Forza Reload's chances it is enough to make a dent, but I'm still not quite sure, especially because, like, looking at from Glowing, he is just on today right now. And yeah, you win the round, but you lose every single gunfight, right? You know, they find all the kills in the end. Everybody falls down, so you expect that there is going to be a force spike coming back, and you would be right. I mean, you've got SMGs, you've got a FAMAS, you've got a Deagle. It ain't pretty, but Cybershoke have done some of their best work with rounds like this. And aggression towards top middle, pressure put on a single player. Cosme needs to fall away from this one, which he will. Nobody else there, and Forza have actually sprung out onto this A bomb site. A lot of space taken here.
The fact that Cosme knows his team's already on A, he didn't need to proceed any further. Forza Reload, at the very least, we can pretty much guarantee... I'm gonna have to bite my tongue for a second. This is still kind of doable. SMGs across the board, and look at how Cybershoke are playing this. I love it, going all the way from CT spawn. 4 players, but it's a good adjustment from Forza Reload as well. They're starting to dedicate their players to jungle. Shady playing up close and personal, is able to clothesline 1, but they're starting to hemorrhage players. Attempting to stick the bomb is simply going to be impossible. Spirit actually turning up. No, how the hell are they doing this? No, he's gonna have to get off the bomb because Cosme's on the case. And Cybershoke, a valiant effort that doesn't convert into a defusal.
It doesn't, but again, everybody falls, so I don't know. Are Cybershoke gonna continue to just force and force and force? I'm
Wouldn't
not
hate
sure.
it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it, especially because you've got an AK as well. This is probably a better argument for a force buy, right? And we are going to probably see it. There is still a few hesitant looks, it would seem. Everybody kind of looking around, seeing what they can purchase. The maths trying to add up of what you can bring to the table. And honestly, I really don't hate this buy from Cybershoke. Still, Forza Reload, they are winning rounds, but are they really winning them? You know, I haven't seen a convincing one just yet.
It's been hard to call any round convincing throughout this entire series. I mean, maybe the first stretch of rounds, but that was the only stretch of rounds that Forza Reload got, so that's worrying. 1-for-1 trades, not too bad for Cybershoke already. Oh, Blixie gets stuck on the ladder. Everyone's guilty of that. Phenomen, tiny bit of damage. Still kind of doable, actually. Lovicus, he's found a kill, brought it down to the 2v2, and Phenomen might even be able to pick up a weapon somewhere. Smoke is good, however. Oh, wow, Lovicus starts tracing them through the smoke. So much damage, both players within one-shot territory of the scout rifle. Something's gonna have to play this perfectly. He's coaxed out of his position, but instead of fighting, he will choose to recline further. Lovicus has to be the one to pull the trigger. I love this. They keep picking up Util. Now the fight finally has to take place. Last minute, they're gonna run it all the way to CT spawn. Spirit's playing this perfectly. He's trying to keep himself alive, a bit too overexposed, and he's gonna die to the bomb, but it is not... It's good enough for the cause.
Man, Forza Reload have won 3 rounds on this T side. Not a single player has survived every single time. Everybody's fallen. Everybody's had to rebuy over and over and over again. This is ridiculous. I actually don't remember the last time I've seen a T side start like this at all. And the only thing that Cybershoke are doing wrong is nobody has a kit. That's the only thing that they're doing wrong right now. If somebody has a kit in round 1, round 2, or round 3 of this second half, Cybershoke would be on 12, 13, and 14 even if you wanted to play for it. Like, this is crazy right now, the way that we are seeing this one play out. And Forza Reload... look, they're doing what they have to do, to be honest, in the post plants to survive, which is what I love. Nobody's overcommitting. It is just kind of the duck and cover adjustment that they are making, but it's working out for them. It is keeping them afloat, but eventually we're going to have to see something that's a little bit more convincing, that doesn't get messy, that doesn't get down to a 2vx situation, and doesn't just rely on one player hiding until the bomb goes boom.
This is one of the more potent buys that Cybershoke have had, and that's a strange thing to say considering we've not seen much. For his reload, time and time, they've been down to the wire. Nothing's been too convincing. But it's all about the grand scoreline at the end of the day. Look at this, Force Reload, they're going to be booking it straight to the B-bomb site. They're going to ignore Blixie though, they're still in pursuit of Lovicus, which means that Blixie can get his hands dirty. 2 kills found, but with Lovicus gone, he needs to do everything solo. The reinforcements cannot arrive quickly enough. 3v3. Mark it, 2 to go. Rexy's going to peek out right with them, but too many bot sprays are going to leave this window wide open. Rexy's too low on HP, and M4's been picked up by Glowing. A quick shot with the scout, and Glowing will have the last laugh. Force Reload finally crumble.
Yeah, like, eventually you're going to get one of them wrong. Like, you cannot just play every single one of them in the perfect scenario. And Cybershoke, they go for that retake. Blixie doing it all here, man. Exactly what you want out of your B anchor, right? He's able to get a double. Yes, eventually he gets overwhelmed, but he's done his job. He's stopped 2. He's made this one doable. But again, it comes down to just missed shots from Forza Reload. They had chances, they had opportunities, whiffed sprays in that situation, and it just looks like their luck has run out. They're going to buy up, but because they've had nobody survive yet on this T side at all, everybody has fallen every single round. Money just simply is not there, which is ridiculous. It's down to an A-pop to try and save themselves, but Cybershoke, they're going to see that util raining on in, a perfectly placed HE, and surely this is where Cybershoke shut it down for good.
Oh no, Rexy's still trying to do something. So much damage. 3 kills found. But there's still more to do, Rexy. Can't let up just yet. It's a long climb to the top. Flashbang to go through, but Rexy will be punished. Shady, 1-on-2. A crossfire that can be set up. Bit of a bait from the jungle player. Adjustments good, but just not good enough. Blixie will find the final kill, and Cybershoke are going to shut down Force Reload yet again in a 13-4 fashion. 9 rounds across 2 maps is all that Force Reload are able to muster.
And they booked their spot in the playoffs as well. 3-0 Cybershoke. Very convincing, might I add. Only dropping a map to Kono. Beating Zero Tenacity 2-0. You know, the 2-1 against Kono. And now a very dominant performance against Forza Reload. And man, I think you'd be a fool to say that they don't deserve it. They played absolutely lights out today. And even when, you know, it was kind of already won, it was kind of already over, what I loved about it was, look, they just didn't get complacent whatsoever. They just wanted to get this one over and done with as quickly as possible, book their spot, and get a chance to play for it all.
For sure. And this is actually one of the teams that I think is it has potential to take everything, right? Like to take it all the way to playoffs and win.
Yeah, 100%, man. I really do think that Cybershoke are definitely probably a dark horse when we're kind of looking at this. I think they're definitely one to, not only for this event, but, you know, other tier 2 events that are going to be running throughout the year as well. I think Cybershoke, honestly, with the additions that they've had in, Glowing coming in, just the boost that he gives them in terms of not only leadership, but you've seen it there today. Like, the fragging power that this guy does have is ridiculous. But enough about that for a moment, for because I believe we do have an interview.
Yes, sir. I do believe we should have Notaneki right here from Cybershoke.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory, man, and welcome to the playoffs, I guess. 3-0. How are you feeling about that?
That was... Hello. First of all, that was not a hard game for us. We just played our CS. Nothing special. You can see this guy here.
First flexing on the opponents, then flexing on the commentators. Come on, man. You can't do us dirty like that. I do have some questions though. I wanted to ask. So you know, Cybershoke, you guys brought Glowing in. So how is it like sort of playing with, you know, the bit of a rebuild for Cybershoke? I want to talk to you about that a little bit.
Yeah. Especially for me, like, and for anyone in team. It's really nice to play with so experienced player because like we play in every round in game. He always can like tell something to improve every one of us, and it's a really nice feeling that after he joined, I feel like I didn't knew much things about CS that I played before.
Always nice to hear that about an IGL. Zerfer, you got any more questions for him?
Yeah, man, look, obviously, you know, you guys are booked into the playoffs. I'm just wondering, you know, you get that one over and done with 3-0. How are you guys dealing with, you know, the schedule of this year? Because you guys have actually been playing quite a decent amount. You're at a boot camp as well. Are you guys struggling to adapt, or are you guys used to this grind?
Especially me, I'm feeling really nice to play so much. Like, I even saw on the Shell TV, we are the most played team in last 6 months in this table. Yeah, and it's really nice for me, and I think like for everyone in team. So yeah, it's nice to play so much.
Well, so that's nice to hear.
No burnout or anything?
No.
No, that's perfect. That's what we love to hear. So we're going to keep seeing 13-4 and 13-5 victories. I love it.
Notaneki, before I let you go and, you know, enjoy your victory, right, before you can sort of chill out for the playoffs, I wanted to ask, is there anything you guys are specifically looking to improve on before you go into the playoffs? Because right now, I can't see that many mistakes.
I don't know, we'll just see on demo. We're watching every demo, we'll see.
Okay,
nothing special like to improve. We just looking in our game and we see what we need to improve.
Well, that's nice to hear. You know, no glaring flaws, no mistakes. Well, Zerfer, if you don't have anything else for me, I think it's about time to let Notaneki go and enjoy his victory. Congratulations once again on the 3-0 and of course your playoff spot. Good luck in the future.
Thank you. Bye.
Fantastic guy. Fantastic player, and of course a fantastic team to boot. Cybershoke, there's a good reason why they've made it into the playoffs, and well, if you want to know what that reason is, you can just rewind the stream a little bit once it's done, and you'll see all the action.
It's not long. You know, you can probably get it done in
like
quite
a
in
real
quick time. Yeah, like, yeah, literally, you don't even have to like play it in high speed. You could probably just get it done in about an hour or two. Definitely in about an hour and a half for certain. I love that towards the end when you asked him, you know, is there something that they can improve on? And he gave a real politician's answer. He's like, you know, oh no, we'll watch the demo. He doesn't want to give anything away at all, which I absolutely love. But look, it's great to hear that these guys aren't burning out as well, because you know they have played a lot. It is something that I noticed. They're always seem to be on HLTV grinding, but that's what you have to do in this system there, right? You know, if you want to get to the very top, if you want to get those invites to, you know, not only tier 2 events but tier 1 events as well, you know, you want to get the invitations for the RMR to the major, you're gonna have to make sure that you keep grinding, keep getting up you know, those kind of VRS points as well. And well, what a way to cap off our game 1 with that match MVP. And I don't think there's any dispute about that for Raj, is there? He was on fire today.
Yeah, you look back at Nuke, and he was getting all those pistol kills. He was doing it again in Mirage, and time again. His leadership is also coming with a lot of firepower, right? He does in fact look like he's a caliber above everybody else, and that's not to say anything bad about Cybershoke, right? It's just the fact that Glowing is so damn good. I'm really happy to see how Cybershoke is doing. Maybe not so much about Force Reload, but you've got to remember, they still did in fact go into the 2-0 bracket, so one loss isn't exactly the end of the world. You know, sometimes you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, don't have the best of performances. I feel like on another day, if everybody's popping off, you know, something has a bit of a better performance, we see Shady actually performing with the AWP, this wouldn't be as convincing of a result. But for now, I do think that Cybershoke have cemented themselves as the top dogs within the main Swiss stages with that 3-0. You got any final thoughts for me, Zerfer? Because we do have another game after this, although it is gonna be a bit of an extended break. But Zerfer, why don't you wrap it up for me?
Yeah, man, look, I'm excited. I'm going to be on for the next game. I think I've got Freddie joining me, I believe. But yeah, man, it was a lot of fun today for that one. A quick one, but it was definitely eventful. Ladies and gentlemen, we do actually have another game coming up. It's going to be in about an hour and a half. We are going to be witnessing Eyeballers take on YaNO. It's going to go from the highs to the lows, because this is in the 0-2 bracket. So make sure you join us in about an hour and 20 minutes time. Me and Freddie will be bringing you guys all the action, and we'll be rounding off the day here at the YaLLa Campus Winter 2025. See you in a bit.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into our final game of the day, and I've got another face, but a very friendly face beside me, as Grimmy Radnar, otherwise known as Freddy, is going to be jumping in for this one. Freddy, you missed game one. It was Cybershoke taking on Forza Reload, and it was a very quick best of three. I think we were all wrapped up in a tight little and nice little bow in about an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes. Cybershoke went into the playoffs, but now we are going to be looking at that 0 and 2 bracket, because both of the teams that are going to be facing off right now are fighting for survival.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying Forza Reloaded kind of got owned, and I'm not gonna lie, a little part of me is surprised. So I saw them against Sashi in this tournament, and I think we caught an interview with maybe it was Shady, but he was saying how like they boot camped for a month and there was all that jazz, and I was like, oh okay, like, you know, maybe it's an academy project, because the core of them is like VP Prodigy, who were making deep CT runs. But hey, that was your domain. Now we've got the Battle of the Nordics. We've got JW versus Alu in 2025. We have Eyeballers versus JANO in our 0 and 2 bracket. This is gonna be one of the games of all time, Jack.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. I think I've stepped into my time machine. You know, we're back in kind of 2013, 2014, which is crazy because it's like, what, 12, 11 years ago. Yeah, look, we've got Eyeballers and JANO, who... Eyeballers, I mean, for both of these teams, we haven't really seen that much from. Maybe more so Eyeballers, you know, they have been playing more frequently, I would say, on HLTV, but more frequently doesn't mean they've been getting results, because they are 0-6 in best of threes in their last 6 matches, 0-7 in all matches on HLTV. So form has not been great for the Swedish side. They are one of the teams as well that are kind of struggling, because they're not getting a lot of invites because they are outside of, you know, the threshold for the VRS ranking system. So they just really aren't playing all that much. Still, that being said, this is the perfect time to kind of turn that form around. You know, you've got JANO up against you, who are probably going to be one of the more easier matches that you are going to play, definitely in the last 6, because as I said, 0-6, but they've lost to the likes of Amcal, Johnny Speeds, Bad News Eagles, Zero Tenacity, BC Game, and Aurora. There's not a single gimme in there, Freddy, at all. So I'm expecting to see at least a decent amount of improvement for Eyeballers, and hopefully kind of come into their own, rekindle a little bit of that fire in their bellies, and kick on.
To be honest, I'm surprised. I'm actually kind of shocked at Eyeballers how low their VRS is, because obviously they would have been very prominent last year in the kind of circuit, and all those games counted as VRS ranked matches. And they've also had this like really decent start to the year where they came top 3 in Foston Fire, which was also a ranked event. And they what is weird is that they started the year at a top 130 on the Valve ranking system. So I don't know really quite how they were so low, especially as a team that is Swedish, that has like regional events, regional lands. I think that will also be something that benefits them. Sure, we may be in a bit of a difficult position right now for Eyeball, as we're not seeing much of them, but when those Swedish lands and like the Svenska Cup kind of comes around, that should boost them a little bit. But I think right now it's just seeing if we still have any bark to our bite. Have any bite to our bark. And for JANO, they're a team who, well, we were just discussing, they're back because they won a LAN in Finland, which gave them so many points. So JANO, they're a team that we're going to be seeing a lot more of nowadays.
Yeah, man. 5 days ago, they won Elisa Open Finland Season 8 finals in Helsinki, beating Haimo and then beating Ents Academy in the final. So they skyrocketed into, I believe, 64th position. So JANO are now going to be, receiving a few more invitations, playing a lot more on HLTV. They are going to be, more faces that we see more and more of, which is always going to be good. But we need to see a little bit of an improvement from them as well, because outside of the regional scene, they are also on a little bit of a losing streak. 0-4 versus international teams, Rebels, BC Gain, 9 and GTZ. The last two, 9 and GTZ, being in the Compass Winter. They lost 2-1 to 9, a close endeavor. They took their first map, ended up getting reverse swept, and then against GTZ lost their own map pick and Nuke pretty convincingly, and then lost in overtime on Ancient, a close game, 16-14. So there was a possibility for them to take it to a third and deciding map, but unfortunately didn't get there. But for me anyway, Freddie, it doesn't get a lot better for them here, because I think Eyeballers, definitely for me anyway, they would be just a little bit above. I'd have them, a little bit higher up in terms of, where I place them above JANO, even though the VRS ranking would lead you to believe a little bit different. So I think JANO, although the underdogs in this one, this is the time that you just need to get a result. So this is going to be, in all honesty, it's going to be a dogfight, Freddie. It's going to be an absolute dogfight.
Yeah, I think you couldn't have said it any better with that sentiment. And with that, we're going to take a look at the veto to see, well, where the dogfight is. JANO seem to have encompassed Train quite nicely into their veto. Just taking a look at that LAN they played, they were picking into either Ancient or Train when Train was banned. And as Train's not going to be banned out, I assume we see a pick into Train for the JANO side. And then I guess try float Ancient for a third for them. Dust 2 pick by Eyeballers. The issue is I haven't just seen much of these guys, so like at all this year. So for me, it's like the veto wise, they also don't have many maps played on it for both sides. So this is like whichever map we go to looks like it's just gonna be a dogfight.
Yeah, look, I think this is a little bit of a surprising veto, to be honest, that we'd see Eyeballers actually remove Nuke. I thought that might have been floated as a little bit of a decider, because both teams are kind of struggling a little bit on it. But the fact that JANO have kind of picked into it twice, I would say Eyeballers are just like, right, well, they're going to pick Nuke against us. Let's just get rid of that. Put them on a map maybe that they might be a little bit more comfortable on. But as for Eyeballers, I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot from them on Train, so leaving that open, that's a little bit, it's a little bit dangerous, it's a little bit risky, but if you were gonna do it against any team, it probably would be JANO, because although they do like a Train, it hasn't been going all too well when they kind of have ended up there. We haven't seen them actually play it yet here at the Compass, so I'm always excited to have a look at a new map when it gets kind of added in. So I'm always excited to see a Train, no matter what, and it'll be an interesting place to start this series off.
Yeah, I think especially having like the unranked part of the tournament just allows teams to be a little bit more free with how they want to express themselves. Of like, oh, we want to pick into this map, we want to try something different. Also, the Eyeballers, they've played one Train against Aurora, which Aurora are pretty good on Train, and they pick into it. And up until very recently, they've been like fairly unbeaten on that map. So the fact that we got them to overtime is, I think, for Eyeballers, for where they are in their career, it's very impressive. And what's interesting with the Eyeballers roster right now is that it's this like kind of very young team with Dex, Deli, and Poi. Obviously, Poi's been around for a long time, and the others have been a good like 5 months or so. But it's a team of youngsters that like have so much potential, but just are unable to show any of that potential. And it's quite disappointing because I think I wasn't a big fan of them at the end of last year, with very good reasons, because they were just not doing very well. But I think this is the new eyeballers that I really enjoy, and I'm almost upset that I maybe won't get to see them as much, because I think when you do see a young team like this with a strong leadership and heavy firepower from like Heap and Poi, well, supposedly have a firepower from Heap and Poi, it's like it's sad we just not. I don't know when we'll next see eyeballers on HTV.
Yeah, so you know there is a lot to play for here. You know, for both of these teams, of course, elimination is on the line right now. You are fighting for your survival. You are fighting to stay in the YaLLa Compass Winter 2025, and we're going to get underway with our final best of 3 of the day. Eyeballers starting out on that CT side. JW back on train. It's a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, him and YaLLa were like, I know this map, but it's so different. He knew though, it's a big, not even double, a triple opener. JW, welcome back to train and good night. Heap finally will shut down Team Himu, who was on a barn buster, and Dele should be overrun. We shouldn't be allowing him to get any more. And okay, we shall not. Heap now in a 1 versus 3. This is the pistol round where, well, I'd say pretty much from the get-go, JANO have been in the driver's seat, and eyeball have just been trying to claw their way back in. Heap surely doesn't make this contestable, and shall not.
And shall not put down. T-Pistol goes in favor of JANO. Exactly what you want on your map pick. You get as many rounds on this T side as you can, because they can be few and far between. I've seen a lot of train games where, you know, we're kind of talking 2 rounds, 3 rounds on the T side, which is obviously not good. But it does have that classic feel still to it, right, Freddy? Like that, you know, this is how Counter-Strike used to be. Way back when CSGO first came out, I don't even know if you remember Nuke, when the walk around. The walk around used to happen. Do you remember, like right above the squeaky door? A horrible design for a bomb site, might I add. But you know, that kind of style where the T sides, you know, you were even happy to get 1 round at some stage. Like there was a possibility that you were just gonna 15-0 a team on the CT side. I wouldn't say Train is that desperate now, but yeah, it can be. So get them while you can. Get them while they're hot.
Yeah, I think this map is going to get quite CT-sided. It just looks very difficult as a T-side, and, you know, I saw yesterday BC game fall apart at 9-3 lead, because their whole T-side game plan was like, okay, we're going to try wait for eyeballers to make the mistakes on the CT side and try counteract the aggression, just never came in, and they had no idea what to do. It feels very uncomfortable on the T-side to get the ball rolling, if you hadn't already. This is actually a full buy for eyeballers, surprisingly enough. And JW, he's fallen early, but the trap has been sprung. Bombs being dropped. Inu able to get both. Dele on the MP9, almost so dangerous, but it still is. Aerial and YaLLa on 13 HP combined, and even though we did get the opening kill, the rest of this round has fallen apart. Keep scaling forward, the timing is perfect. YaLLa back turned, and with 1 measly hit point left, Aerial bomb down. It's a saving grace. It at least gets them a bit of extra cash going to the next, but there's no way this round it gets 1, and there you go. Eyeballers. They continue the back and forth nature of this map.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, it's just desperate, to be honest, when it kind of gets down into that 2v2 situation. You know, there is like an unwritten rule that you try and avoid doing mats on stream, but when you're 12 HP and 1 HP, it's easy. I mean, like, that's 13 HP, man. You're never going to win a round. I'm sorry. You're never going to win a round, right? On that low, unless we see something spectacular. And then you kind of time in 1 falls, the other one is easy pickings. Bomb plant, at least, look, it's going to give you money, right? I mean, it's going to give you at least somewhat of a buy. I don't know if I'd be confident in what I'm putting into this round, but we will see how YaLLa are going to progress. JW deep in towards Ivy to jump across. A little bit messy, but he will just clean that one up. And that's an easy man advantage. B-play about to happen though, and there's nobody on the bomb site right now, bar Deli, who is in a decent enough position maybe to take down one, but it is just the one he gathers on up, and YaLLa might be fighting right back with a round.
Yeah, it's very hard to get out connector as a CT side, especially with the Molotov and smokes. Dex Shao, but he gets tagged by the Molotov, so, well, they know exactly where he is. Nathan the smoke, but we're not actually going to go through with it. We were hoping to pick off a kill, and when that doesn't happen, it's just going to have to be this waiting game. There is a kit. And now the MP9 leads the charge, but he knew. He's been having a ridiculous performance this game so far. 8 and 2. He lines both of them up, shoots them down as they come out of connector, and he even gets a 4th in the round. Hinu is on smoke right now for YaNo.
Yeah, he is farming, and you need somebody to start popping off, you know, on your team, especially when you're an underdog. It's just so good when, you know, in the opening few rounds, one of your players or two of your players just start hitting the form, hitting the shots, and just making sure that you kind of stay on top. And Henu as well. I mean, Henu, a fantastic player. Of course, a lot of people would remember him when he was on that Ents Academy lineup a couple of years ago. But in YaNo, he has actually struggled for a lot of form. Nice to see him starting this game off well though. Poi going down, Dex with the instant trade on out. Heap with the AWP now puts heaps of pressure on YaLLa to convert this round. We could be just continuing to go back and forth here, Freddy. That's another big kill from that AWP. Alu and Henu trying to do it all, but JW's Deagle begins to ring bells, and it's alarm bells going in the head of Henu, along with another Deagle bullet from Delhi.
Okay. Well, we said this game was going to be very combative. Did you expect this? Did you expect the 4 spy wars early on?
Freddie, we've only done a couple of games together this year, right? You know, but I feel like this is how every game that we cast starts. No? Is that just me?
We've had, I think, to be blunt, we've had varying levels of games that we've casted together.
That's true.
Let's put it that way.
That's true.
I've been seeing a lot of these back and forth games early, and you know what? A tactical pause I don't hate actually in this instance, because YaNo, like that, it was definitely a harder round to break through because of the AWP naturally that is really well, but like we're just kind of separating ourselves. We're letting the AWP get picks, we're letting the Deagle get 1 Deags in very isolated manners. So for eyeballers, look at this purchase. Even in this back and forth kind of affair we've had, it feels like no team has ever really had a good buy. But as we go into round 5, it's the AWP, it's the 3 primary rifles, it's the MP9. Like, this is a proper full-fledged purchase for eyeballers, and YaNo are just going to be with Tech 9s.
Yeah, Tech 9s can be big problems though, and trying to get out A-main can be rough, especially with the CTs playing so close. But that's a big kill from YaLLa. All of a sudden, all this space being occupied, and JW hits that first shot. Deagle doesn't come out quick enough though. Bomb dropped in towards hell. All the information surely that eyeballers could have wanted. Bar Alu, who might slip the net here. He's going all the way deep backlines. He's not discovering anything. He can creep behind connector here and maybe get something going. But it really relies on Henu surviving.
The issue is Henu's maybe not taking any contact. And if I'm eyeballers, I would start to think about this presence of Alu. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Very good awareness from Dele. And yeah, it's exactly what I touched upon with, you know, if Henu goes completely silent, why? What's the reason for this? What's going on for him to completely survive and not make any noise? And it's a round for eyeballers where ultimately it's a 4 versus 4. JW gets traded. It is scary, but it gets actually cleaned up really nicely.
And the thing is as well, right, it might be scary, but in a round like that, you don't care how scary it is as long as you win it, because that just absolutely foils the YaLLa plans, because now they're on Glocks, right? They can't force buy. This is going to settle the game a little bit, and that's exactly what you want, because obviously when you get into those kind of force buy wars, anything can happen. So this brings almost a little bit of normality to things, and yeah, at least eyeballers can get settled. You would hope for a moment, unless the Glock train runs them down on B, which is a possibility, but at least you've got a second man there to help out Delhi if that does happen. But yeah, the classic. Stand around with Glocks, have a little bit of a chit chat about your day. How's your day been, Freddie?
Well, it's just kind of getting started now.
You had a nice
Been
little
quite
lie-in?
busy. Yeah, I actually, honestly, I've been really busy. Oh my god. Okay, that's a nice stuff. That emo's weaker, that's nice. I've been really busy recently. I feel like I haven't really had a moment to breathe for a long time. That's continuing, yeah. I've got a long day ahead of me. But I'm off to Denmark for the weekend. My housemate's Danish. So he was like, oh, you know, my parents are away. Do you want to come over and visit my family home in Denmark? And we were all like, yeah, that sounds sick, actually.
Yeah.
Like 60 euro flights.
Oh, can't go wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So I'll be in the Nordics for this clash of Nordics.
Yeah. You're a little bit off the mark, but yeah, it's
close.
It's close. Yeah. A little bit
How
off the
about
mark.
you? You did easy morning.
Yeah, easy morning, you know, a quick game, and well, now I'm excited to see who we're going to be saying goodbye to be honest. I love misery.
Excited?
I love misery, man. As long as it's not mine.
Today?
As long as it's not mine, it's fine. YaNO,
That's a big nade.
yeah,
Oh, never mind.
did a little bit of damage, to be fair. YaNO have been favouring this B bomb site though, and eyeballers a good adjustment to send Heap over to help out Delhi here. So they have actually two players in a decent spot. You've got maybe a little bit of a pop pinch as well, as the pop does happen. Heap stops the first one, turns around, looking towards lower. Oh, felt like he needed that one, but Delhi's still standing here, doing the damage, collecting the kills, and Delhi with that double really just settles eyeballers for the minute. But still, this freeze from Henu could punish Poi, but he is just way too quick. And 45 seconds, you've got Smiley, who's lurked out on the A bomb site. He's guaranteed Poi here at least, but how many more does he get is the question.
Kind of a rough round for Poi there to fall with his back turned, but ultimately Dele, what a round from him. He, I mean, without a shadow of doubt, saves all of this for eyeballers, because your B anchor goes 1-for-1. Dele's being wrapped around, the rotations aren't quite there yet. If Dele falls without getting, let's say, 2 kills, if he just gets the one and done, this round is a completely different conversation. So Dele really saves eyeballers there. He's 12-3, by the way. This is what I was saying about the youngsters, that I'm so excited for eyeballers. Of like, you've got this young team that we're just not really seeing much of anymore, and I think that is a bit of an upset because of just look at how they're performing right now. And for YaNO, unfortunately, their map pick on the T side, they lose those early back and forth contentious rounds, and it looks like they're just spiraling a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it. Ooh, a little bit of panic. Nice little nade dump as they back away. And coming back to the Delhi point, yeah, man, I know firsthand he's an absolute monster. He trialed for us when I was coaching the Gates, and I really wanted to get him, but unfortunately, a bigger offer and a better offer came from him. So a little bit disappointing, but yeah, he's definitely landed on his feet. Let's put it that way. And he's hit the ground running so far to kick things off. JW getting aggressive towards IV. Doesn't want YaNO to kind of go into their plan without it being at least foiled and spoiled a little bit. Delhi rotating into position, getting ready for a B play to happen, but it's a reroute through pop that maybe just could grant them a little bit of magic if they make their way out. We've got two players trying to lock it down. One of them's instantly been dealt with. Dex with a really nice angle though. Spraying the first down, the second one is easy, and the third one is free as well. It's 6-2 to eyeballers as they are running the show right now on train.
sure that was one of the rounds where we don't really expect it to break through. So it's fine to write that one off. This is another real meat and potatoes round. YaLLa was fantastic on LAN in that finish LAN that they played, that they won, that gave them all the VRS points. He was like really, really good. And I was coming into this game thinking, oh, is YaLLa back? Like, is his performance back? He's 0-8 right now. He's got the York back out. This has to be a round where we start getting some progression for JANO. And unfortunately, the setup for the CT side looks really good right now. Dele just needs to survive over towards B because he's got 2 players pushing towards Ivy, and that's just allowed for loads of space to be cleared out for Poi to rotate over. There's also a connect. There's also a third rotating from connector, and then there's Heap who's pushing in the back lines. So JANO don't realize this, but they're walking into this bomb site very known, and yeah, there all the kills just come rolling in. Heap might not even be needed on the flank.
It might not. JANO do actually get out onto the bomb site at least, but this is where you want to go searching for kills, right? They don't want to just sit down and plant the bomb. They're going to have to try and look for these fights. Poi picking Smiley off. JW has Henu's retreat, and Eyeballers have JANO's number, plain and simple. Information plays being made left, right, and center, and Eyeballers, the all-seeing and all-knowing eye, it would seem.
Heap doesn't get a single kill in this round, but he arguably wins out the round for Eyeballers because of all the presence and all the space that he was taking. And what's also good is that they can do that play again because JANO didn't see them double push Ivy. So maybe in the next gun round, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Eyeballers say, do the exact same round. They didn't see us, we can just do it again. And for JANO, it's back to another low purchase where we didn't have the bomb down the previous. Alu's still 0 kills, 0 and 9 right now. And Henu is currently the only saving grace for JANO. Smiley, though, trying to pick up the pace a little bit, and the pace has been picked up as the A-bomb site capitulates. Now it's all down to Heat and Dele. He's rotated from the B-bomb site, and now just Dele. He knows where both players are. Smiley's on low HP. That nade might actually secure the kill, and doesn't quite as he survives on 12 HP. A 1 versus 2. The bomb is out in no man's land for JANO, and they're going to be taking their time picking that back up, which gives Dele the ability to rotate around Pop, as the bomb's only just being plotted now, and he's almost making his way through the choke point.
Yeah, this is where you're going to probably catch Smiley in the back if you're quick enough, but unfortunately, he's missed that timing. Dex, excuse me, YaLLa on the site. Dele, did he catch a glimpse of him? I'm not sure.
He must have. He seemed like he did.
Laser focused. Well, now he knows where 2 of them are, and he's just going to line that one up. That one's free, and YaLLa has no idea that Dele knows exactly where he is. Dele with a 1 versus 2. This kid is unstoppable right now. 17 and 4. It is really just the Dele show we're witnessing.
Look, it's a 1 versus 2, but he wins that round out more than just that clutch. He rotates from the B-bomb side. He gets 2 kills to stem the bleeding, and I think it was a 2 versus 4. So Eyeballers, a very weak A defense where their B rotation has... I mean, like, that's it. There's no 2 ways about it. Dele has saved the round once again, and it's not the clutch. It's the fact that he's able to get 2 kills as well on the rotation. So for JANO, you know what? They do actually get out on the A-bomb site. They wrap through Ivy. It's a much better round, but they just fall apart, unfortunately, in the latter stages, rushing out of A, and this time Poi holding a lot better.
Yeah, Poi poised up towards A main, and it's a nice double, but yeah. I've seen what JANO have done. They've actually got out. This is a little bit better, but bomb dropped here, and still Heap just dancing around the site, and he's got support, which is the big problem. AWP doesn't really want to move. Heap is just picking them off one by one. Distraction in there from Dele. HE, ooh, 1 HP away from Heap. Yeah, and Alu, not even a kill. That's exactly how I would describe him. 0 and 10 needs to find this 1 versus 2, but JW surely has his number. He's locked in. Oh, JW is going to miss, and Alu is going to get on the board, but quickly taken out of the round. Heap surviving on 2 HP, and JANO will remain on 2.
That was a big whiff from JW, right? That was a big miss that almost cost them. But even though Alu does get on the board, it's all in vain because they end up losing the round regardless. And since we had this tumultuous back and forth to begin with, it's all been eyeballers. Sure, these rounds are definitely getting a lot closer. It's had to be back-to-back 1v1s, or clutches, I guess. And JANO are actually getting deeper onto that A-bomb site. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because eyeballs are still sitting very pretty economically, going into the final round and a half, and they're looking to potentially get double digits. But it's another big missed shot from JW, and, well, he's not been too consistent with this AWP, I will say.
He hit the first one, though. At least that point going down is going to be a little bit of a problem. The scaling coming in, and JW will not miss too many chances at that one. Looking for a little bit more. Deck still close to main. Won't let him out. JW spots out YaLLa. Dealing with him is another story, though. Still, close red Dex, blinded by the flash. Still does a hefty amount of damage that Heap will easily clean up. And YaLLa at a 1 versus 2. And he's got Heap and Deli to deal with. The two most dangerous eyeballers in the server right now are still alive, and YaLLa now cowering as he has to try and recover this bomb. You've got 50 seconds, you've got to smoke for cover, but eyeballers are just going to double up. They're just going to play this one together. It's just textbook Counter-Strike right now, trying to pick him off, and it is a textbook CT side from eyeballers as JANO are cleared out.
Well, so you know how we came into this map being like, oh, eyeballers don't look great on... They don't look great on Train. They've only got one game on record. JANO, like, they pick into it. They're very happy to do so on LAN, for instance, as well. Well, I'm not looking massively hopeful. And it's another situation, Jack, where, look, this round actually does get contestable, but not even... It still doesn't matter. Eyeballers are 10-2 up, and a pistol round win here will just stamp their ticket to dust too.
You'd think so. And it is going to be relying on a B play, it would seem. Everybody going to be swinging out upper. You've got two players here from JANO. The USPs at long range could do a lot of damage, and they already have. Hennu just tapping down the first, the second, and the third. They're locking in this pistol, Freddy. They are not giving up Train without a fight. And yet, Deli, I know he might feel like a god, but even Christ himself might take a day off from this one. 1v5, bomb down. Surely you've got no chance being spotted out.
Okay, this is a step in the right direction for JANO. We're still deliriously behind. Any kills for Dele? No, he still stays on 17. Only 17. Hennu, the fact that he's 19 and 11, and his team are 3-10 down. Every time JANO have won a round, it's because Hennu's got a multi-kill, by the way.
Yeah, he's having a lot of impact for them.
Well, he's the only guy having an impact, really. Like, he's the only guy doing anything. Like, I'm pretty sure the rounds they've won, his RWS would be through the roof. Because I'm pretty sure he's gone 3k, 3k, 3k at a minimum for every single round that JANO have won.
What a stat RWS was. Need to bring that back, in all honesty.
Do you know what this side... this goes into for me is we need to bring back on ESEA leagues being able to check stats easily.
Oh yeah,
because like on ESEA you could find people, you could find talents. You could be like, oh, that guy's got 100 ADR in inters, he must be pretty good. And now you just can't do that. And RWS, I don't know if we need to bring that stat, to be fair.
Nah, RWS was gold, man. Because,
really?
Yeah, because when I had like 7 kills or 8 kills in my ESEA games, I'd be like, RWS, baby. You know, it'd just be pointing there. I'd be in the middle of the pack. You know what I mean? Impact player, Freddy. Impact player,
yeah.
Yeah. So you got to remind them. Speaking about impact, Deli has received a lot of impact from the picking off the first. Tech9 spring a trap out towards Ivy. This is not a round that you can afford to lose for JANO. You do not have too many chances, so you cannot go squandering them whatsoever. Famas posted on the angle. That M4 begins to surely clean up a few more. Bomb dropped. Surely that is the round done. But if he can get up to his old tricks, maybe there's a chance. The Dink may be hopeful, but Hennu will sink that opportunity.
This is confirming my Hennu narrative of YaLLa only win when he gets multi-kills.
He's 21 and 11, Freddy, and they've got 4 rounds. Hanu, please somebody help my guy.
Ridiculous.
Please somebody help him.
Hey, Poi currently holds the record for kills in regulation.
That's true.
39 kills.
Yeah.
Hanu, if YaLLa come back and if Hanu starts farming,
to do it against Poi as well, that'd be poetic.
That'd be
beautiful.
It's definitely poetic to Poi.
I mean,
I almost saw ex Casper Sky break it. I think he got like 36, 35 in reg once on a Nuke.
Okay.
Oh, Poi wants to hold that record though.
Yeah, hold that, YaLLa. Need to be careful. As he swings out, and Alu will just at least take him down. That's going to steady the ship a little bit for JANO and hopefully steer them in the right direction for the comeback, because yes, they are mounting. They have a massive lead to, you know, kind of claw their way back into, but they are going the right way about it. And speaking about right ways about it, is Alu going to check this position? JW fluffs his lines. That should have been a gimme.
I feel like I've just been saying "oh no" a lot this game.
There has been a few moments.
There's been more than a few.
Yeah, sometimes be like that though.
I sometimes do.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be a dangerous round though.
I mean, you'd hope not.
Henu hasn't got Henu hasn't got a multi-frag, so you know the round's still alive.
Silver linings. Still time though.
Also, Alu being alone. Oh, the bomb's out A. Wait, how's the bomb? We kind of just split up and searched for clues. It felt like there.
Yeah, the good Scooby-Doo approach.
Yeah,
I think it was the fake walkout B, try and pull rotations, but the problem was HE went deep in towards main, exploded the bomb, and Deli had to try and just kind of clean up the mess that was made. But
yeah,
too much of a mess.
That's CT-sided map, it appears.
Oh, very. Oh, very. That's coming back to the point that I was making. You know, I've seen a lot of 10-2s overturned on this map.
I saw 9-3 yesterday.
Counter-Strike is healing.
Counter-Strike is healing. Well, gun round for eyeballers, and it's already basically over. We try to pop out onto A, and we don't even get out of A main. We literally can't even get out of the choke points. Dex and Poi obliterated, and Alu, you know what? He was 0 and 11, and he's now 7 and 13. He's certainly getting back on track. And 2 big kills are with him on the AWP in this round signifies to me that we could have a very contentious City side with the AWP in play.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It is all about how you finish, and well, JANO looking to finish strong. Completely intended there. Deli and Heap. Trying to make their way out there. Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous. That smoke provides him a little bit more cover. Deli still just trying to pick one of them off if he can. It's such a difficult way to try and carve open a bomb site, but ooh, that's good. Deli with the first, and Henu needed that instant response. Only the 1 kill for him so far, but there is still 1 more on offer, so Henu's multi-kill action could continue. Heap creeping forward. Henu, did he catch a glimpse? He's still just sat and pausing now, not going to spot him out. Heap with a nice headshot. He's waiting for the swing of Henu to come on in, and there it is, another Henu multi to seal a 6th for JANO, who honestly are impressing me with the resilience that they are showing to stay in this game. And Henu just literally doing all that he can to find those kills, but my prayers have been answered. He is getting help. He is getting assistance now.
Like an Alu double. I think as Ariel got the first kill of the round. The only reason why that round gets contested is because JANO just have a breakdown in communications and don't realize that there could be a player close out of A main. It was Dele when I was like, oh, that's smoke, you know, he could catch off Henu. Henu doesn't realize he's there. That's why Alu falls. It's like the, hey guys, how have I died? Question mark. Like, aren't you supposed to be holding for this? But for eyeballers, they've taken their second tactical pause in very recent time. I think they equally maybe are a little bit cautious of their proceedings and how this could go a little bit awry for them. And they might... This isn't the round that anything's going to be changed. It's just going to be Deagle armors across the board. But we know we know these rounds can be dangerous, but I'm not looking at this round to be anything significant.
No, if you lose it, it is what it is. If you win it, then we'll talk. But as for eyeballers, I don't hate attack there, to be honest. Even if you don't have a buy round, it is just to kind of slow the momentum down of YaNO, right? Because they are just building up quite a head of steam, and you had a 10-2 lead, you haven't picked up a round on the T side. Something is obviously not working for eyeballers, so maybe just settle yourself a little bit and try and get back into things. YaLLa, deep jiggle angle, hoping that JW isn't going to free fire him off it, which he won't. HE to make sure nobody sprints down after him, as the protocols are there. Without a Molotov, YaLLa is going to play that jiggle because it is just so powerful. A minute left for eyeballers to really make their move, and I mean, they've no util. It is just simply going to be them searching with Deagles for headshots.
Grouping up, we're gonna try come out pop, out a main. Not a single bit of utility though for eyeballers, so it's gonna be this dry swing with the Deagles. If I'm Henner, if I'm Aerial, I'm gonna be licking my lips. There's only 3 defenders here, as we have had a rotation towards B for YaNO. But here come the Deagles. Henner flashed off, they're like, no more kills for you. You're not allowed any kills. We're going to be taking all them. And yeah, as you'd expect, the Deagles just walking out A aren't successful.
Really good job by YaNO. Not falling to the pistols. They're dangerous rounds, but yeah, we weren't expecting much. Now I'm expecting something a little bit better from eyeballers. This is going to be the real test, because sometimes when you start off a half 10-2 down, those kind of first couple of rounds are easy. You'll put a few together. Sometimes you will just lose the pistol and bow out of the game. But when you win the pistol, win the conversions, then you just keep moving forward. Now this is where you're kind of back in the game. Now it's competitive. This is where things change. Yeah,
it's a big change up as well for YaNO. They actually have smoke deep. They're going for the fight, and Dex dies holding a main. That's now loads of space eviscerated for eyeballers, as they are all congregated towards B tunnels. B halls. And yeah, this is an awful start for eyeballers. They have no map control. We've allowed for a second rotation over towards B, and as I don't even want to say execute, they're just walking out dry in heaven into the welcoming arms of Smiley, and he's cheesing as he picks up 3 kills. Eyeballers, what even happened this round?
Yeah, it was almost like once Dex died, all the plans just kind of went out the window, and maybe we are kind of seeing eyeballers T side just showing, quite a few holes in the game plan there. I don't know if it was originally designed that they were going to try and contact out, but there was just no flashes at all. Just try and walk out upper. All the information was gathered, but they knew that because of the deep A main push. They knew that YaNO were probably going to have 2 players here, so if you're going to go, you can go loud about it. Absolutely no problems. Issue is, they didn't. They went silent, walked right into Smiley, and yeah, cheesing.
It's just very low-hanging fruit, isn't it?
Which?
When your name's Smiley.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it.
Whenever I see Aerial, I think of the Pokemon move Aerial Ace. Don't know why.
I think of, I don't know if it's like, do you know the washing up liquid?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like aerial pods and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
top tier analysis from us.
I don't know if that's sad or not, but that's where my mind goes. It's like, oh yes.
Well, mine's Pokemon, so I don't, you know, it's like...
Who's worse?
Which one's... Yeah, who's really winning here? Definitely not Eyeballers, because they just can't even... I don't know, just nothing's going on for them. I like that maybe at least we're trying something different, going towards Ivy. They are going to get smoked off. Is that going to deter them? Or are they going to want to try maybe either wait out the smoke or go through the smoke? Looks like it's going to be the latter as JW booted up. Can't see anything. Smiley needs to be careful. Oh, the angles he's playing are fine though. So another re-smoke. Eyeballers, they've got another player over here. Dex has brought the bomb towards Ivy. We're leaving Dele on a main. And YaLLa are just playing this round really well. Not allowing Eyeballers any inch to work with.
Which is good. You don't want to give Eyeballers an inch because they will actually just take a mile. JW is still creeping forward and Smiley on the other side. Great. JW is burning it. He's just going to stand burnt to a crisp, but he died for the cause there to try and get his team out Ivy, and I don't hate that whatsoever. AWP picked up from Poi. Nice little unintentional jiggle to actually get that AWP off the angle, but every shot that is going to be fired from the CT side is information that Eyeballers can go off. Problem is, they don't have enough time really to react to the information. Deli still searching out towards A. YaLLa with that AWP posted up and connected with so quick on that rotation. Great headshot from Heat. Timing is horrible from Henu, but he will turn back in time. Surely no chance of a bomb plant here. Actually, Poi being given a lot of room to maneuver here. This is still very dangerous. Scoped up on the back of the bomb site. The double up and the swing from the rifle should be enough to secure it. But if Poi goes to maybe take the fight somewhere else, this is where the chances will arise. But he's just swarmed and put down, put out of its misery. But unfortunately for Eyeballers, the misery continues. That is 7 in a row now for JANO on this CT side. And they are definitely back and fighting for this map.
Yeah, they just didn't get out of Ivy as cleanly as they would have wanted to. I think as well, what's a big feature is that Dele hasn't been anyone... well, he hasn't been putting up any numbers like maybe we know he was on the CT side. And for instance, in that round, I think he could have unlocked some major space for his side, but he gets picked off as he tries to maneuver himself towards connector. Bomb down. Look, we are going to have some maybe extra economy for Eyeballers now, but I don't think economy even matters when we're just not even contesting. JW, he's been missing quite a lot on that AWP, and round 20 shall be no different, as I think Smiley is very happy that he stayed alive there, as it could have gone a little bit wrong.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the thing that JANO have actually done really well, and I have to credit them, is that on the CT side, the opening duels and opening fights have like 90% gone in their favor. I don't know the correct statistic, but it is definitely close to that number. I can tell you that much for free. JANO are not giving Eyeballers any room either. They're really just fighting in their face. Look at the amount of control that they have. They have Ivy smoked, they have 2 players on B, they've Henu pushed deep in towards A main. And the problem on train for the T side is sometimes you actually just can't get stuck. Unless you're like sprinting out on that A bomb site to try and take those fights. This is why the map is so CT sided, because you can get in these aggressive positions and just make sure that the T's have nothing to work with. Makes it so difficult to get on out, but you're still going to have to give it an attempt. 30 seconds. Utility thrown over towards A. Pop play about to happen, and a Dex pre-fire to kick things off.
Dex picks up 2, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. JANO have been putting 2 players quite consistently towards B in this late round, when everything goes a bit quiet, and Eyeballers... I mean, look, it's a great round, but it's a Dex pre-fire, and then we just catch off, I think it was Ariel who was close A main, towards Olof. So, for Eyeballers, it's a fantastic round where they're actually going to finally get on the board for their T side. The first round for them, after 7 in a row for JANO, but I don't know if that's a round that you can replicate, to be honest, Jack.
I agree. The thing is, though, Freddy, you don't need to replicate it so many times. They can get Alu is going to be big. YaLLa can punish the economy. Oh, he's going to spray down 3. That's going to hurt the bank accounts of Eyeballers way more than it's going to hurt the bank account of YaNo.
Yeah.
That's so important right there. That's huge coming out from the YaNo side. But still.
Yeah, I mean, you won't see it necessarily in this round, the implications of that 3K at the end for YaLLa, but you will see it quite a lot. Maybe if YaLLa then win this next round, there's going to be basically no money for Eyeballers. I don't know what Poi's doing.
Did he pull out a
you tell me. Yeah, I think he did a classic hit the mouse 4 for the flashbang. But yeah, you won't see it in this round, but if this round goes awry, which so far it is, YaNo will just break Eyeballers' economy.
It's a little spam coming in there from Heat, but it's not going to really
Spam
do
that?
anything damage. I don't know. I've never seen it, but
I've never seen that either.
yeah, that's interesting. That's definitely where I'm going to be heading after this series to go and see how much damage you can actually do on that, because I'm not quite sure. Double swing towards Pop forces Alu off the angle. Good smoke though. Defensive util to be put down. It's going to force Eyeballers into a B play, and this is going to force them right into YaNo's hand. You've got YaLLa posted towards upper. You've got another player, Ariel, I believe, sitting on the site. This is a really good position for YaNo to be in.
It's a big off angle that I'm not sure we're going to anticipate. YaLLa, weaken slowly. Unfortunately, can't collect both. But Ariel is here. And that's the bomb confirmed at 30 seconds towards upper. JW waiting patiently for this smoke to fade. Time is going to start to be a bit of an issue soon, Jack. And even though, yeah, sure, maybe that trade was good, we've got no time. 15 seconds. Dex, it's a nice lurk out A, but JW's certainly in the known, and Alu snipes him down as he's just out in the middle of nowhere with his pants down. Dex will be forced to save as the time's ticking down, and Eyeballers, a very disappointing round, and now the economical woes will start to potentially pain them, but with that saved AK and 3 players on 4.5k, Eyeballers are probably going to go for another investment realistically, as they still had 2,900 lost votes.
This, honestly, call me crazy, but this is actually super Eyeballers, right? And I'm going to tell you why. Because if Eyeballers, honestly, I think if they play a little bit quicker, they will beat YaNo. If they just play a little bit faster. They've been so slow and methodical every single time. Turn up the pace, turn up the heat, put them under pressure, and test out the protocols. Like Poi getting aggressive, sprinting down, and YaLLa put out of the round just yet. Alu tries to rotate in, but it's going to be too late. He's mollied off. No rotations can get on in. This site is Eyeballers, and the round might be theirs as well.
YaNo have been playing 2 players towards B in maybe the later sections of the round when they have the rest of the map control, but early on it's just been 1 player. And even though the util damage was good from YaLLa, he instantly falls off the anchor, and Eyeballers, look how much space they've encompassed deep into towards CT. Alu can't fight his way out, even though he anticipates them to be there, and it's Eyeballers to break through for the first team to hit 12. 2 rounds now they have to try and close out Train, and after a very disappointing T-side, it looks like it all might just be fine after that big change of pace as you were calling for.
And look, sometimes that's all you need, right? And you know, it's very easy to kind of see it from where we're sitting, because you know, Eyeballers, they just weren't getting enough space early on in the round. You know, they just weren't getting out and taking those fights early. That's what you need to do sometimes. You know, sometimes you need to just throw a little Hail Mary like that and hope for the best. And Poi, fantastic entry to kick things off. They're going to slow it down a little bit, but still, I mean, the tempo is quite quick. The flash out, 2 players are going to be lined up here, but Dex flatlines.
Yeah, try a similar theory of gameplay with going fast out one of the main bomb sites. And now, well, we're going to go towards B again. Issue is, Smiley's rotated over. He's only good for the first, but YaLLa's still standing, Ramas in hand, and Poi, a massive collection, going for more onto Aerial, and Poi, back-to-back rounds where he's opened up this B bomb site, potentially for the victory. Alan with the York trying to push his way through the smoke, but it's the main man. Poised and ready. Eyeballers hit 13, and they don't allow the comeback to have any fruition for success.
Yeah, man, I love that from Eyeballers. That is beautifully played there to steal away JANO's map pick. They knew what adjustment that they had to make, and they made it before it was too late. Slow rounds not working on their T side. Pace was your friend. You know, you don't have to rush every single round. You just have to go for these explosive plays, and you could see that JANO simply were just not ready for them. Lovely calling in those last 2 rounds to get that one over the line for Eyeballers, and that puts them in a really good position, in all honesty, Freddie, because, you know, we're looking at a Dust 2 that Eyeballers should be, you know, I would say more comfortable of the 2 on it. JANO have only actually played it twice on HLTV, a loss to 9 here at the Compass, and a win versus Fluffy Gangsters, but these Dust 2 games have been few and far between, so JANO, they're going to have to try and buck up their ideas. You can see Henu, the star performer from them, he kept them in the game for so long, won them so many rounds as well. It could have been a clean sweep for Eyeballers if not for him. On the other side, an all-round team performance spearheaded by Delhi.
Yeah, I will bring up that Henu conversation of, he definitely started the ball rolling for JANO. I will say, I think those last like 6 rounds, I don't think I saw him get a kill. So I'm not saying it's like his fault, but I think for JANO, there was the massive reliance on Henu. On the basis that he just, I guess, maybe wasn't as apparent in some of the later stages when it started getting contentious. That's when we needed him the most. But it is going to be Dust 2 up next. It is Eyeballers' map pick, and as JANO, they lose their map pick, it looks like they will be, well, staring down the barrel of being eliminated from this tournament. 1 map for JANO and they are out. Eyeballers, they look to survive, and they'll look to do it on Dust 2. Find out what's going to happen after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into our second map of our final best of 3 of the day. 0-2, and one team is going home, Eyeballers, with an advantage, because in all honesty, Freddie, we were looking at this one and we were describing it that it was going to be a dogfight, and that's exactly what it was. It was a 10-2 start from Eyeballers, domination on the CT side, and it was a brilliant comeback from JANO to get it back into a competitive state. But 2 quick rounds from Eyeballers to seal it. They snatch away their map pick. Now we head over onto a Dust 2 where Eyeballers think they have the upper hand, and my question to you is, do they?
I would say yes for a couple reasons, and I'm gonna say straight up, Henu's not gonna go 25 and 16 again. So okay. You've got realistically the large portion of some of the earlier rounds that were won by JANO was completely Henu, and it was him getting multi-frags. Towards maybe like the end of their run where they had those 7 in a row, not necessarily only Henu, and I think he actually wasn't a part, and I think that was my critique of JANO, of like they relied so heavily on him, and when he stopped firing, that's when you could see the correlation of he stops getting multi-kills and then they lose the game. So Henu's not going to do that again. It's very rare that he can do that again. So I think for JANO, you're losing your kind of je ne sais quoi you had in that map 1, and then on top of that, you've just put a lot of energy to come back into train. It's your map pick, and it hasn't worked out in your favor. You then go on to Dust 2, where you haven't played it much this year really at all. A win over Fluffy Gangsters, not too much to write home about, and a pretty bad loss over Lion. Eyeballers, sure, they haven't played it much either, but you know, they've got wins over 9 Pandas, 9 Cyber Shoke. Those are decent teams. So I think for me, a lot of signs right now are pointing towards Eyeballers, especially because when we looked at their kills, every single player was adding some sort of impact.
Yeah, it was more of a team effort, and speaking about team effort, you're gonna all swing out middle and collect those 2 frags onto the short player. Dink up Henu in the meantime as well. So yeah, very doubtful that he is going to be able to continue that form in the pistol. Anyways, Eyeballers up short will surely get this bomb down. You've got a player close along. YaLLa is waiting for maybe a little bit of assistance, doesn't want to play his hand too early. As he waits for that long assistance, Eyeballer still gets set up, and well, wow. YaLLa just eventually gets cleared. That is crispy from JW.
I mean, this is probably the worst start possible for, well, everyone combined on JANO. You have an aggressive maneuver up middle that you get the opening kill, and then you lose 4. Also, I think that narrative of Henu, if I'm not mistaken, so he definitely got a 3k on the CT side pistol, and they won the T side pistol, and I'm pretty sure he got a 3k there as well. So he single-handedly won them both the pistol rounds, and yeah, I mean, actually, that just in itself, sorry, JANO won both pistol rounds, and they lost the map. I didn't even quite clock that. Yeah. Now Eyeballers have won a pistol round. Sky's the limit, it feels like, for them. And I don't think Eyeballers are that great of a team. I don't think they're that great on Dust 2. I think they're just a lot better than JANO.
We'll see. You know, it could be a little bit of a scrappy one, definitely. You know, you've got Eyeballers now in towards the tunnels. They're being pinched right now. Deli spots out the first. Lower now begins to strike. Lots of damage done. Oh, this force buy could work out, and it has done. Smiley getting all that control of the bomb as well. JW has to go back to try and lend a helping hand. He's already been spotted out. YaLLa, they've got a little bit of util as well. I mean, they've already smoked off the entrance to the tunnels. They can re-smoke it. They've got a molly for lower if they needed it as well. Eyeballers, I mean, you've dropped the ball here massively.
This round still is winnable. It's very difficult, but time is on their side. Aerial, though, he pretty much, I think, stamps down the Iron Fist as he eliminates JW. And I loved that round from YaLLa. And I was even thinking when it was happening, because it looked a little bit touch and go. At first, I think there was definitely a point where I was like, oh, I think we should have traded out. And I was still going to say, like, okay, I love that round from YaLLa. I call that kind of the Furia-esque purchase, where you get the MP9s, you just make a very aggressive play. Normally you do it, like, the Furia tactic is to do it in the first gun round, MP9 Kevlar, but the principle is the same, and the result is also the same. Really nice round from YaLLa, and I don't even necessarily want to say that's bad from Eyeballers. Obviously, it's not great that you're getting pincered in that way, but I think that's a very hard round to contend to, especially when you're prepping for, like, a tunnels take, a lower tunnels take, and YaLLa just take the fight straight to you, and for the CT side, after a very slow train, full gas ahead, it seems like on Dust 2.
Yeah, let's not forget, alright, the momentum is 100% with YaLLa, right? Even though Eyeballers won that last map, right? They've strung 2 rounds together that were just pretty fast, explosive plays. YaLLa were in the driver's seat for, you know, most recently anyway, consistently anyway. So just bear that in mind a little bit as we move forward. Eyeballers, of course, that's a desperate way to start things off after winning the pistol, losing the next. That's a great tag, at least, to kick things off for Eyeballers. They need a little bit more, though. If they're able to, you know, get this game into the kind of force buy wars that we've seen on Train, that would be perfectly ideal for them.
JANO is currently the difference maker, and I love this setup with the players on short taking the first contact, and then JANO pops out, and it's a free farming day for him. Boy finally does shut him down. Oh my god, we've just got 3 kills in the blink of the eye. Aerial needs to get both here, and he will eliminate the first. JW on an AK. Knows where Aerial is, doesn't know that YaLLa's wrapping behind him. And, oh, Aerial thinks that YaLLa's cleared out middle. So he shows his hands, but then JW comes back, doesn't spot YaLLa on short, and YaNo, from a 5 versus 2 to a 1 versus 1, that got ever so close, and those deagles were starting to sing, but unfortunately, Eyeballers, they probably get into this position where, look, all these kills come in, and then it's like, bam, bam, and they probably just sit there and be like, wait, we didn't think we get this far.
Yeah, I mean, JW was waiting to see if he could collect that kill there in towards mid, which he ended up doing. It was just an awkward position that he wasn't expecting for the second, but still, that's an incredible amount of damage that, you know, in all honesty, if there wasn't so many kills on the CT side for SMGs, there might actually even be a case for Eyeballers to force into this round, but because that Henu found a double kill, you know, the player over towards short found a couple of kills, the money is still going to be quite good on the CT side. So Eyeballers, I don't think are going to risk it all that much, and especially because they won, you know, a force in the last round as well, so the bank accounts are going to be pretty solid. JW is going to still pick up a scout. He can really do what he wants, though. He plays by a different set of rules. Great shot in the first. Nice little tag onto Alu as well. I mean, he deserves that much, Freddy. All right,
Yeah.
he deserves that much.
Like, wait, what's the ages of this? Because like Poi's quite young. I think he's just turned 18, right? And then like Dex and Dele aren't. Okay, they're 2023. Where like Poi's like, JW, why have you bought a scout? And he just looks over and is like, don't speak to me like that. I am your elder.
Playing Counter-Strike before you were even born. Probably.
Actually, yeah, probably.
I don't know. That's a wild accusation. I don't think JANO is that old. He has just been around the scene for that long.
I don't know, like, a lot of these 1.6 players, because JW's 30, so that means you'd have to start playing at 12 years old.
Yeah, maybe, actually. That's entirely possible.
Like, I think when I interviewed Barry, it was like, he started playing Counter-Strike when I was very, like, 2-3 years old, right? Or, like, competitively playing when I was, like, 2-3 years old. So
that
it's
is
like,
crazy.
yeah, you know, it's, and I'm 21, so I'm older than Boy. So it's not, I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility.
This round, definitely out of those realms, unfortunately, even with the tags from the scout to kind of kick things off in this round for eyeballers. That is a clean sweep, really, for JANO. They lose a player, but they're dropping over rifles, so the only thing they really lose is an SMG, so that is technically an upgrade for JANO. Eyeballers, force by coming back, JW picking up that trusty scout once again, and a shooting gallery to kick things off, but yeah, look, I'm actually kind of happy that the kind of force-wise are done with. It was a little bit of a mess to kick things off and train. At least we don't kind of go back and forth. We are going to see gun rounds now coming into fruition, which is always good because we're able to gauge a lot more actually where this map is going to go. So far, so good for the Finns. Doing what they need to do. But this is a real test.
Very aggressive out middle from Heat. He takes very solo duels, tries to catch off a sound cue, I assume, on Alu's AWP, and you know he does, but there's the second player Henu there that goes unsuspected, and you know what, Henu actually is having a pretty decent game. He's 6-3. I said he couldn't continue his form, and I'd love, he might be making me eat my words, but we're going to have to see a little bit more before that judgment is made. And for eyeballers, first gun round, it's going to be a short take, I guess. Very plain and simple.
Very plain and simple, very straightforward. 40 seconds, you need to get up onto this bomb site right now. Henu, and YaLLa just get completely undone by Delhi. Dex will strike aerial down in the back, and that's perfect. I mean, plain and simple, exactly how you'd want a short execute to go. And the first gun round, it does too. It's the Swedes.
I would argue that was neither plain nor simple, because Delhi just hits like bangers. So JANO had a really nice setup there with the flashbang, right?
Yeah.
On Goose, so like ramp player takes contact, Goose player flashes, Delay turns from that, and then just goes boom boom. He just like turns, flicks around, and then nails them. Like that round was over if it wasn't for him. It was like, that was such a sick individual round from him. And we saw him do really well on Train, right? Slowing down maybe a little bit towards the end when others started losing. But the fact that he's able to show that level of individualism already, very promising. Dex as well, that timing on long, perfection. Like it looks, I think, very simple, but that round probably should have been won by JANO because they did all the right things. They just didn't anticipate Dele hitting 2 ridiculous first pillar headshots.
See, I was describing it plain and simple by Delhi's standards from what we've seen so far, you know what I mean?
For him, that's just a standard round. He's like, yeah, whatever.
Round. Yeah, easy, you know.
He's like, no, I just go kill.
Ice cold, kick things off. This is not a time to go cold, really, if you're JANO. This is really the time that you need to keep the fire burning. Keep her lit, as they do say in Ireland.
To be sure, to be sure.
To be sure, to be sure.
Oh, can eyeballers find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? This round already is a little bit better, I think, for JANO and their... Oh, sorry, for eyeballers in the... If they put a mid to B smoke down and go up short, it's going to really mess with YaNo. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see Aerial push towards middle, Alu come towards short. So I think for Eyeballers, they've got a lot more util. Actually, I take that back. They've got one smoke left. What are we where have all our smokes gone? I was just thinking, like, we could try and play with the rotations a little bit, but instead, I think we might have to go with this CT smoke. And interesting enough, it doesn't even draw the rotations away, so it wouldn't have worked in the short play. So I guess this is actually perfect. Yeah, we're gonna wrap onto B, 4 up mid, 1 tunnels. YaNo has literally no rotations, and Heap is just double entry. Okay,
Yeah,
that works.
To clear it up a little bit, they did actually use one smoke. It was
Short, right?
in towards, yeah, it was either in towards short or it was in towards like deep CT.
I think they smoked first.
Could have been first. Yeah, they just don't rotate at all. Like they're expecting that short play, even with the one, because it can be kind of used as like a little bit of a lurk smoke, right? You know, you don't really need the second one. In that situation anyway, it just keeps you kind of occupied. And the problem was in the last round, you know, it looked very similar like that. So, you know, Eyeball is no stranger to calling the same round again, and YaLLa just didn't want to be caught sleeping. But instead, that's a beautiful double entry up towards that B bomb site from Heap. Rotations were never going to come in. You are just going to call out the save here, bring that AWP and the 2 M4s forward. So that is still, you know, a decent result as far as losing goes, bringing 3 rifles when you were going to have nothing to play with in the next. I don't mind that whatsoever.
That was actually, I actually really like that round from Eyeballers. Like, as much as I was setting it up being like, oh, what are we doing, you know, no util, it's like, they just did what I thought they were going to do, but the other way around of lurk smoking short, going CT. YaNo playing quite stagnant, and they're going to figure out the hard way where you can't maybe do that. Good util damage early, very good util damage. Poise on 27. Dele's tagged down a little bit as well. For YaNo, there was never really any anticipation of fighting for long. They just wanted a nade, and look how they're playing now. They're instantly falling back to this short setup that has worked out previously. They've got the AWP still at their disposal, and they're going to try utilize that to its full potential. But Eyeballers have no clear indication that they want to fight towards middle short. They want to go up long, but YaNo, they've got all that space, so they can now, as the contact comes towards A, fully congregate towards that bomb site and put Smiley in a position where he can backstab when he chooses to do so. USP is the issue though. Does just have a USP.
Backstab with a butter knife. Or a spoon, perhaps. Flash is perfect though, look at that to swing in from YaLLa, and oh, Dele has to kind of turn around to try and get that one done. It was actually point. This is absolute carnage right there, and Smiley actually does get one with that USP. Alu was rattling off shots through the smoke, but nothing really going to connect of sustenance in this 1 versus 2, but he has gone around the world here. In less than 80 days, he's going to... Clutch bomb is going to be planted, and Dex will at least put Alu in the dirt before he can sink his teeth into that clutch. It's a 4th for Eyeballers. It's them pushing themselves into the lead, and this was actually fairly funny enough. This was kind of the point of no return on train. When Eyeballers took the lead, they just flew with it. They were not stopped for the rest of the half. If Eyeballers are able to replicate that, YaNo are going to be in big trouble.
That was a weird clutch from Matt Luke. He played it perfectly. He just decides to go bum 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 up long. It's like, oh okay, just give away your position, I guess. Stampeding forward. Ooh, this is cool from YaNo, but the timing is a little bit off for them to go take tunnels aggression. Unfortunately, if they did it like 2 seconds earlier, they probably would have got a kill, but instead, they're going to have to relinquish that control. And YaNo actually relinquishing a lot of their early control as they smoke short, they smoke tunnels, and once again we see this 4-man congregation towards middle, but this time it's all from mid directly. No one coming from short, and JW shall be the first to fall. A really nice flashbang and just bullets pelting through that door. Eyeballers not being too comfortable in this early stage.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many bullets, an absolute barrage going through that door, which is just horrible to be on the receiving end of. If you're JW, YaLLa needed to do something to, you know, at least keep themselves confident in this round, because they have no util left. 40 seconds, they've got nothing, and there's no smokes up. It's just going to be straight up gunfights here. Timing might be horrible for Aerial. He's waiting to peek on out. Sees 3 heads. That's all the information in the world. But 2 mollies raining over on top of him means he just can't peek into the site right now. YaLLa should be able to get this bomb plant down, but JANO is still going to be close by. And there is still a man advantage with the Finns. Make that 2, not a 3rd though, as that one is snatched away. But everybody going to fall on the site right now, as Delhi has to do it all. He was destroying them on the CT side of Train, but on the T side, in that clutch specifically, he cannot get it done. Fantastic from JANO. Just all in all, a really good round. Forfeit the bomb plant, but they will take everything.
I'm happy about that forfeiting the bomb plant though. Like, I'm really content with the fact that they don't rush things, and it's even here, like, Aerial he doesn't play his hand too hard. He waits for his moment and he takes it. Alu, first 3 kills for him on the board this game. He had a very, very slow start on Train. He was 0 and 8, 0 and 10 maybe actually, and then when he started to get going, he started to pick it up quite quickly. So I'm thinking right now this could be foreshadowing the future for Alu, and for Eyeballers, not able to run away with this like they were able to do on Train. It's a similar setup. Are we not expecting Henu? This is like the 3rd time they've done this exact same setup. I feel like that's really weird that Delhi just runs nade out, not expecting the player to be lower tunnels after he sees that short boost.
Yeah, it is kind of one of those things that, you know, it just went unchecked. I mean, Henu, look, he was very quick on the peak as well. The setup it's a nasty surprise for anybody, so you have to wonder now, next time they will be ready for it, or at least you would hope, because that is something that JANO would like to do quite comfortably. It really depends on what information they had over towards mid, but I'm not too sure if they had all that much. On Eyeballers, not really a lot to go off here in this situation, right? You've got a single player out towards long. JW is just going to creep up, going to try and search, maybe just apply the pressure a little bit, pull players away, and actually it might work out in their favour. Problem is they've cleared long now. They've flashed all the way through, so that means Smiley doesn't have to move. The rotations are going to be coming here quickly, everybody with their nades out, and he will come away with at least 1, but he spots everybody trying to make their way through upper tunnels onto this B bomb site. Rotations are now coming in, and he finding the headshots. That's a nice double. Knows the AWP is there as well. Doesn't have a smoke, but does have a flash and a Molotov. AWP lands that tag, and it's a fast flank in towards the tunnels right now. You are going to be so quick if you're Aerial here. You might just try and rush the plant as well if you're Alu, which he will. It's going to be JANO collecting that round. 5-4. They regain the lead with it as well. And Eyeballers, I'm not quite sure what the economic situation is going to be, and I just got a glimpse. It's bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Smiley definitely could have got more than 1 in this situation, but it almost doesn't matter. And look, this round was flawless from JANO. It should have been a 4 versus 1 victory, or like a 4-player staying alive. And sure, Heap does make it a little bit expensive for JANO on the outset, but as we look at the economy for Eyeballs, and we see they're on a full eco, JANO realistically don't care how they get to this position. They're just glad they got here. So for this CT side proactivity, I'm starting to love it. We are being super proactive on this CT side, very dynamic, and Eyeballers are really being caught off guard by Jack, to be honest. I'd say quite simple things a lot of the times. Like, it's not anything crazy. We're just really not expecting it.
Yeah, look, sometimes the simple things are what works, and Ali just posted up on that crack angle towards the door. Heat goes down as they try and peek out. AG, gonna expose one more player. He only seen 1 there, but he's still gonna rotate over towards short as Eyeballers are gonna try and hit this one out. It's on Poi's AK here. Poi has to try and do it all, and he's got no armor, which is a big problem. The swing from short. It's a lovely angle from Aerial. It's just about how many he can just line up and spray on down, and it's nearly all of them. Ali will take 1 for himself, but That is the Alu tax, I suppose. YaLLa 6-4 right now. And it's been a strong CT side, Freddie. It has been a strong CT side from them.
I'd argue they're playing fantastic CT side right now, actually. I'd say, if anything, I think they should be... And they almost look like they should be deserved more than 6 as of now from how they're playing. I'm actually really enjoying watching JANO right now. I didn't think those words would come out of my mouth today. But eyeballers are being mauled, and I'm just liking how JANO are not sitting on their guards. Like, the first gun round was, we're going to sit 2B, we're going to have 3A, and oh, they've gone B. Ever since then, it's been a complete different change-up. Eyeballers, though, speaking of changing things up, this is the fast-paced play that worked them on Train. When it wasn't working, they just picked up the pace. They're going straight onto the A-bomb site. YaLLa goes a little bit after that flashbang, weirdly enough. Still able to pick up one, but Alu, he just gives up the bomb site, and unfortunately, he's going to now be subjugated behind this utility. As the bomb goes down, JW also picks up a advantage kill through the smoke. Henu, this guy just gets away with murder. The 3 versus 3 still alive. Alu, missed shot. That could be very pivotal because Ariel's now just out in the middle of nowhere. Henu, he's been a man possessed this series, but as he gets triple swung, there's nothing really he can do. And there's another situation for eyeballers where they just pick up the pace, and that seems to be YaLLa's kryptonite on Dust 2, on Train, no matter what map it is.
Yeah, you see, the best part about it is eyeballers are not doing it every single round. If they continue to play fast over and over and over again, it's not really going to work. But when you do have those slow rounds and you can kind of throw that kind of fast tempo round in there just as a little switch up, sometimes you're just not expecting it. And this is just perfect for eyeballers. And to be honest, I would expect a fast round here as well. And with 4 players going through the tunnels, I might get my wish. As you can see, JW, he's just going to drop Alu here. HE is going to go quite deep, posted up with that AWP. It's going to be springing the trap out towards the B bomb site. This time JANO are completely ready though. Henu spraying down 3 of them and looking for a 4th. Deli with that AWP in his hand, and Henu is not going to be stopped at all. He's on for the ace and he will get it. Henu is the saving grace for JANO once again. A spectacular CT side will put them in the lead by 2. Will it be enough?
You know how you said there that JANO's ready for it? I want to counteract that and say Henu's ready for it. Henu,
I'll allow it.
Yeah, like, also, this is kind of nuts.
Crazy.
Like, yeah. Like, I was going to say, even though I think Heap was lost alive and he was on 12 HP, Henu hits the instant headshot regardless. Like, I don't know. I came into this map being like, look. Oh. I said, look, Henu is the reason why that game got 10 rounds for JANO. Simply put. And he's not going to do it again. There's just no way that someone can replicate the type of performance. Well, call me silly, because he's got a 2 KD, he's got 16 kills, he's the top of the scoreboard, and he's just got an ace.
I mean, you can't argue it. You really can't. He is just farming right now, and you give him anything he wants, but this time, silenced early on in the pistol. JW tapping away 2 heads over towards long, and he spotted out the bomb, and he's got assistant at Dex now. This is where the bomb is just going to be trapped on out and just flushed out. Aerial, it doesn't matter how many kills you get over towards short, because this round was signed, sealed and delivered to eyeballers' doorstep. Don't need to wait till the next day, because eyeballers have it right now, and they're coming for JANO's lead.
Is there a curse of winning both pistol rounds? Because JANO won both pistol rounds on Train. Eyeballers have won both pistol rounds now on Dust 2, and yet they're still not in the lead. Even though we don't get a bomb down for JANO, they're actually still going to purchase back up. And I think this is when it gets scary for JANO, because if you lose this round, it's like, okay, 7-7, eyeballers will be going to an 8th, and then if eyeballers win the first gun round, it's like, oh, okay, they're pulling away with Dust 2. So we've got a lot of if, buts, and maybes coming on right now, but also it can be equally terrifying for eyeballers if JANO just win this round, they go to 8th, they get a 2-round lead, and economy will be broken. So there's I think this round holds so much weight for basically where we put ourselves for this second half. And JW, he's playing with fire, dude. He doesn't care. He keeps on swinging.
Yeah, why not? I mean, just keep on peeking
really
with that
baiting
scout.
for Higgy.
Yeah, he's baiting quite hard. And it's worked out, because you've just baited Henu right in, JW cleans up aerial.
Next push along.
Oh, missed shots from Swiley. This is all falling apart right now for YaLLa in this round.
Wow.
That was forced by Freddy, and that was just not anywhere near the level it needed to be for YaLLa to even get close to winning it. That's 7-7. That's all tied up. And Eyeballers CT side right now is looking good. We're 2 rounds in. I'm not getting ahead of myself whatsoever, but if they just keep this up, man, they could close this game out and eliminate YaLLa.
Well, I was having the discourse of, like, especially that second round having big implications, and it feels like we're going with the former. Eyeballers, they're going to be taking the lead. They're going to go 8-7 up against the Eco. First gun round, and they're going to be putting themselves back in pole position to park YaLLa 0-3 out of this tournament very early on. I did say we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of YaLLa on HLTV in tournaments, because they... Let me get the exact figures of how many VRS ranks they gained, because it was a considerable amount from winning the Eliza Open Finland Season 8 Finals, which was a LAM, which also qualified them for another LAM. So they gained 54 placements points, 147 VRS points. So they're currently actually even higher than that now as well, as they're within the top 64, I think it is. So they're going to be eligible for more invites, which is going to mean we're going to see YaLLa more. And then on top of that, in May, when we have this Eliza Nordic Championship, if they are able to get like 1 win there against probably some other, like, I think it's also doesn't look like there's going to be many great teams, as it's like teams from the Power Liga, like the Norwegian League, the Svenska Open, and also the Eliza Finland finals. So it's like the teams in the Power League are not tier 1 teams. It's like the lower Danish teams, right? So YaLLa could really be making a name for themselves on HLTV in the VRS because of their regional victories. They just need to maybe start showing it, though.
Yeah, need to start putting up some good results, and they definitely can. Nice little setup here. It's Heat this time. It's begins with H and it's 4 letters. It's not Henu, but it's the same result. Easy for the first one. Still, he's sticking around. Smiley's just going to be sprayed down by Poi, but there is Henu. He's up on top of short, and he just claimed that double. But how has he got out of there? This is madness in this round here. Henu, what is happening? This guy is nuts right now. So quick on the reactions, just hitting heads like they're going out of style. And this would be some round to pick up if you're YaLLa. This would really silence Eyeballers for a moment.
Because it was opening kill, it was 2 kills towards lower tunnels, and then Henu. He does what he does best. This is dangerous though for YaLLa, because I'm looking at that scout, and I'm looking at the HP of YaLLa. JW Scout, 1 bullet is all he needs to both players, and he spots out the first onto the bomb side. Will they clear car? This is kind of the big difference maker, and well, they're not going to clear car, but Yellow's fallen ahead of. He's already found 3 kills. He's already had an ace this game, and he's going to find another. YaLLa, they are riding the wave of Henu, and he is single-handedly keeping their head above water.
Yeah, man, this is incredible. In all honesty, like, what are we seeing right now from Henu? I'm just going to bring your attention to Henu's rating in the last 3 months. It is 0.95, Ready?
Christ.
0.95. And he is having a performance of a lifetime in this series. And, you know, you were saying that, you know, we need to see YaLLa perform. Henu has said, fine, I'll do it myself. Just gone prime MJ, literally dominating right now.
This is... I'll be honest, I've never really ever seen this from Henu, because he's obviously come from the ENTS Academy, and he played, you know, he was part of that Harvey roster that when that made the upset against beating NIP in the Eliza Masters Espu most recently, and they made stage. So I'm a big fan of YaLLa, but I'm even bigger fan of Dele. It's like shooting fish in the barrel for him, but of course it's Henry. This guy, he's out AWPing AWPers.
They're terrified of him. They're terrified of Henry, by the way.
I don't want to fight this. Okay, finally the two H's meet up, and it's a heroic heap that saved a day. Oh, okay. I was cautious there. I was like aerial 1v3, but he ain't no Henu. And eyeballers, even though they do get aced for the second time in like 4 rounds by the same person, they actually still will be on top. And it's the same conversation I was having Jack of no Henu, no party.
Man, look, you can actually see it we might see a replay of it here. Beautiful from Daddy. Let's you know, not overlook this. Nearly actually lines up the 2. Great shot from Henu though. You can see actually the fights here that he was going for. He was frightened to peek in towards Suns because he knows that Henu could just rip his head off, and it's very rare that you see somebody kind of reluctant to take a fight because they're up against somebody else. That's how you know that they're having a special day in the server. This is just honestly such a fantastic game, and it's honestly a shame that we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams right now. With the performance that we're seeing from both of them, the individuals on both sides, if we have to say goodbye to JANO on this map, I would be incredibly disappointed.
I'm not going to lie, it's not looking good. Like, this buy is rough. We got 1 minute and 5 seconds left. We've got 2 smokes, a mollo, and 2 flashbangs. It's not looking hopeful. It's just gonna, I mean, I guess it kind of has to be a short play. I'm looking at the Mac 10 long as well. Test our luck a little bit in middle. See if we can throw off rotations. Okay. Aerial and Smiley are getting a lot of work done, and I think, yeah, this was supposed to throw off rotations, but instead, now because we've got the kills, we're actually just going for it. LA, unfortunately, can't get anything. And that round is capitulated for eyeballers after JANO were just trying to put and feign some presence elsewhere. Ultimately, I honestly think they wanted to go A there because they had the long lurk. They were just sending 2 out. They were keeping the bomb sure. And then boom, we get all the kills.
Sometimes that's the way it goes though. Sometimes you're trying to throw a little bit of a fake into the mix and you end up just finding the kills, finding the dink. They end up finding JW and an AWP, and that has really just absolutely shattered the economy of eyeballers, might I add. They have nothing right now to work with in a round like this. This honestly could be the map here for JANO. That round in a nutshell. And it was perfect. Walk out mid, you land the dink and you kill the player in CT. That's the closest rotation that they have. On the fly call, 100% go B there. And it just works out. I mean, that round could not have gone any better for JANO.
And it really saves them, because if they'd lost that, it would have been 10-8, it would have been an eco, it would have been 11-8, and that's when you're staring down the barrel of defeat. That's when it's looking almost helpless. And I think a big benefit to this round, and to hopefully the benefit for JANO and the rest of this map, is that wasn't orchestrated by Henu. That was Aerial and Smiley getting the opening kills. That was Henu only getting 1 in the round, for instance. So the fact that our other individuals are able to step up around Henu is really important. And it's 9-9. It's a very brazen call for eyeballers. They took the tactical pause, and they're going to be investing every single penny this round. But it's 3 Deagles, an MP9, and only 1 primary rifle.
I don't know if I'm on board with this force. I will be jumping ship if they win it, of course. Oh, okay. A little bit tacky. I like this. Actually not gonna blind him. And
he's
okay,
dead. He's down.
You've killed him.
We've killed the king.
The one who must not be named has fallen, and now Now you have to see what you're really made of. Yeah, this is just Delhi solo, right? I mean, the rotations are coming. You've got 2 players close by, and I like this reposition from Delhi. He gets out of the bomb site, so they kind of give it up a little bit. Yeah, perfectly timed. And look, they call it off. They're all leaving.
Ooh, and eyeballers, after that smoke goes, they're also really banking on the fact that this is not going to be a play towards B. I don't think JANO are calling it off, though. The bomb is still in B tunnels.
It doesn't look like they are.
But this is the right call to still go towards B. JANO don't know it. There's only one player there. Delhi is in a good... He's in a very good solo position. Especially with Poi boosted in middle, he can make sure that no one rotates over. JW's pushed long. JW spots the player bottom middle. MP9's very ineffective at long range. They will get the kill. Dele overlooked at first, but then Aerial clears him. Poi, unfortunately, finds the head of Alu. It's a 4 versus 2 as the bomb gets planted. Eyeballers, they have 2 flashbangs. They come flowing out with those flashes, but Aerial lines them all up. Finally running out of bullets. It's JW with the MP9. He goes back through the smoke. There is a kid. A dink onto YaLLa. 19 HP. Everyone's running out of bullets. Both players 1 HP. Blocks are out. And it's JW to clutch up for Eyeballers. He's got the experience, and it pays dividends.
Oh, I don't know if we can call him the Wonder Child anymore. The Wonder Man. Oh my goodness. JW, that's beautiful, son. Ah, 10-9 for Eyeballers. That is actually just insane from him. I love that boost to kick things off. A little bit unorthodox. You're able to put him down. Delhi actually, he was... I thought for a second maybe he wasn't going to be cleared in that spot, but it looked like he was always going to be cleared. When he was crouching, I thought maybe his leg was sticking out, and that was maybe the difference there where they actually checked it. But Poi with an incredible deagle shot, that cannot be overrun. If Poi doesn't hit that shot, they do not win that round. But it was all JW really from there. Big clutch and a big moment here in this round as they go out long, JANO. They dispatch of decks quickly, but look at Heap. He's already crept all the way up middle, and well, that's just an awkward timing for Alu to pick him off. And that clutch, that insane round from Eyeballers might be worth absolutely nothing here, because JANO, they've come right back. They've found 2 kills. They're up on the A bomb site. Make that 3. Alu's got 1 more maybe in the tank, because he does a lot of damage out on here to mid. Alu is looking for them all out towards middle, as it is his. He will shut that round pretty much down single-handedly.
Well, that felt very easy. Alu so like, sure, the first kill comes in, Dex dies, and Eyeballers have the reaction to take space towards middle, but it's very much Heap goes first, and then the next guy goes. Like, there's no... We take very ineffective space, Eyeballers, and they're going to be taking their final tactical pause, because look at their economy. They broke through on the low buy, and it looks like they're going to have to do it again. Disappointment on their faces. But this round realistically is very disappointing. Alu gets away with murder. JW missing some very important op shots. I have noted previously in this series, JW hasn't been superbly consistent with that AWP, and he gets plagued by it once again in such a pivotal round. JANO just keep on hanging on by a thin thread. And I think they may have broken the camel's backs. As Eyeballers look at this purchase, it's Deagle's Scout, and that is it. At MP9 on Heap, there's 1 singular smoke on JW. Heroics are very much needed in this round, and I don't anticipate that to be the case. But JW, he is getting good damage with this Scout. The unfortunate part, though, is that we can't then be losing the man advantage.
The problem was there as well. I mean, Poi gets taken down, JW gets tagged on up. You need to actually do something off the damage that you're getting, but it's only just damage to the hearts and souls, really, of Eyeballers that's being connected on right now. JW, at least, dispatches of Henu, but you know, it's not going to have the similar shades of a couple of rounds ago where you take down him and maybe you've got a chance in the round. This time the chance has already been and gone. It's already over. You're already setting your sights on saving. If Deli can get his hands on a rifle, that'd be perfect, but he's just going to be caught out. Back turn, creeping up towards top middle. YaLLa nearly makes a meal of it, but chows down just in time. JW all about saving here if he can, but he will just not be allowed. It's JANO pulling and pushing themselves into the lead here. Eyeballers, no chance in this round. This is only USPs. You are relying on gun rounds to play for OT and OT only. You've missed your chance in regulation.
Mirage looks very lucrative right now. I think we're going there. I'll be honest.
I don't hate it. I really don't, to be honest. I'm really enjoying this series for, you know, some of the stuff that we're seeing. It has been great. It's been a very entertaining game to cast, and as a neutral, you know, as a fan, probably not. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that if you're a Eyeballers fan or a JANO fan, yeah. There's
if you're a
definitely...
JANO fan, you're very happy.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're Eyeballers fan, you're sitting here going, how have we lost us again? It's like, it feels like Eyeballers 100% should have closed out this map without a shadow of a doubt. And that is not going to be the case. Alu stepped up, by the way. I know those eco kills do bolster his kind of score a little bit, but again, he was like 0 and 6. And he picks up that big triple kill with his first first 3 kills, and then it's even that 4K in the last gun round. Like, he stepped up massively for the finish side, and well, Eyeballers backs against the wall. Feels like they've never had good economy on the CT side, and whenever they've had, they've thrown away that opportunity. Allo, unfortunately, no fatal blow, but 91 damage inflicted to Dele. That is a worldly start for JANO as they want to close out this map 13-10, and as both sides would then trade out their map picks, Mirage seeks to be the decider.
Yeah, they might just split B here. They know that they tagged the player as well. Ali's seen the blood splatter on the wall, so maybe that might be the writing on the wall for a B play here, but still pressure going to be put on up towards short. JANO still don't want to play too quick and too early. Good HE retaliation. Molly as well, gonna burn Henu up a little bit, just chip away at his health as well. Good tip for that if you can. Still, that util is raining on in, and it's doing a hefty amount of damage to a lot of players. I mean, you've got 2 players to half HP. That's a pretty even trade-off in my opinion. Arguably even better. 50 seconds, JANO. There's going to be no faking this time around.
Big smoke.
Yeah.
That's actually a fantastic smoke.
That
might force JANO to look elsewhere.
It might. I still think they're committing up towards A here though.
They are, but what they're doing really nicely is they're drawing Dex away from the A-bomb side. They're pulling him towards middle. He will get the most important kill, but look at Poi. What's Poi doing? He aggressed up short. He completely capitulates the bomb side, and even though Dex gets a really nice opening kill on Smiley, Poi just gives up his life for free, and as the bomb gets planted for 10 seconds, it's a retake to keep Eyeballers alive. JW will find the first. Aerial, though, swooping down towards CT. He's got one, but he's searching for more. Dex, that is disgusting, but he's gonna have to do more. His teammates around him are falling, and it's Alu, the veteran, to push us to map 3. Mirage is on the cards as both teams lose their map picks.
Oh, this is a really intriguing best of 3, and you can see how desperately both of these teams do not want to go home. They do not want to go out of the compass here, and 13-10, Mirage decider on the cards. JANO, an impressive performance from everybody involved. You know, it wasn't only Henu. You know, you had Aerial coming in with very important kills. You had Alu having that impact. RWS through the roof for the kills that he got. But, you know, it is just a spectacular performance. And I said, in all honesty, that I would be upset to see JANO go home on Dust 2 if they didn't get a chance to play out a decider. I think it's only fair that we do go all 3, and a Mirage battle, JW versus Alu, and I suppose Henu thrown in there as well. It's gotta. I suppose we'll mention his name definitely, but yeah, Mirage. It's just shaping up to be an absolute banger.
I mean, Ariel steps up massively there. Like, he had some massive impact in the final few rounds, and I think he really stepped up. Similarly, Henu dropped off, not dropped off, but he still got like a final kill in that last round, for instance. But there's 100% the same conversation of, in both of those maps, towards the end, you had Henu who isn't necessarily still on that same form, but you know, he got 2 aces in that map in 2 very, very important rounds. When the clutch as well, one of them was a 1v2 ace clutch. So Ariel, massive step up for him. Felt like YaLLa, they all kind of pieced together to pull themselves along the line. And it's Mirage, our decider, who will be eliminated, who will be our second 0 and 3 team. Eyeballers or YaLLa, both of them fighting tooth and nail to survive in Compass here. We'll be finding out that decider on Mirage after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Deciding map in a deciding series to see who is going home from the Compass Winter 2025, and it's between Eyeballers and JANO, and it is going to take place on Mirage. Freddy, so far this game has actually not disappointed. This game has been really exciting for a lot of reasons. You know, you had Henu, who was popping off for JANO. He has been dominating the server. He's 50 and 30 as in the series so far on 2 maps. He is absolutely running the show. You had Delhi, who was just popping off on the CT side of train and had some magical moments. You had Poi hitting some insane shots. You had JW. His 50,000 competitive kill was got in this series. It's all been happening.
Yeah, we've got JW now, if I'm not mistaken, the highest kill on, like, the highest killer on HLTV,
Yep.
highest kill account. So that's pretty cool. Hopefully he can then end the game on a high, because if you get that sort of accolade, you want to be able to at least remember it in a game that was a victory. But we're gonna have to try and put a lot of the past behind us, because Eyeballers, they should have closed out Dust 2. This shouldn't, like, they had so many opportunities and they kind of threw away they threw them all away. So now we head on to Mirage, where JANO have had some pretty good success on it, especially regionally on land, just dominating their countrymen. And Eyeballers, they had a great start to the year on this map, but have slowed down a little bit, and they're going to have to pick up the pace now against JANO if they do want to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, both teams fighting for survival, need to stay alive. Staying alive.
Funny man.
I mean, I have to fill the gap here. It's the slowest pistol of all time.
Eyeballers have been more aggressive on the CT side, so I guess they won knife. I wonder if that has any advantage. They get to start on the defense. Also full 5 armor for the CT side. There's gonna be no kit, no util, just straight firepower. And JW, well, he's certainly heard in window. He's actually gonna get mollowed off. There's a smoke top com, and we're gonna try, I would assume, go through this connector smoke as the bomb is currently outside of ramp. Aerial doing great work at pestering up short. He's going to try hunt Poi as he's gooshed him, but he goes a little bit too far. Heap will get the kill, and as that gets collected, it's pretty obvious now it's going to be a play towards A, but JANO have made their way out pretty easily. Bomb shall not be planted, and it's all falling apart for the T side. Bombs out in no man's land, and it's Henu and Alu to see if they can pick up the pieces. Yet to get a kill yet. Finally, we will get one, but the next mission is, can we get the bomb? And Dex says no. Alu, an impossible 1 versus 4. Time is too low to even get towards the bomb site, and it's going to be Eyeballers winning the first pistol round of Mirage, and so far the pistol rounds have been a curse. Whoever's won the pistol rounds has lost the game.
Oh yeah, that is interesting actually.
Teams that won both pistol rounds, both teams have won both pistol rounds on a map, and then both teams lost that map when they won both pistol rounds.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't it?
That's a very weird, yeah.
That's a bit spooky. That's yeah. I don't like that one. Also, funny enough, first pistol is always followed up by a force by win. All the way that maybe YaLLa were hoping it would. JW, how would you got that kill? And Alu, yeah, that's a horrible SP, and that is going to be eyeballers taking their second and really just punishing YaLLa for even thinking they could force back into that.
We broke the streak, we broke the curse, and JW gets a massive amount of impact for what he should have. But he gets that first kill after being king, and even though he's mollowed, he's still able to pick up a second. Look, I think this round was over anyways, even if JW had or hadn't got the kill. But it's more the sentiment that 4 players stay alive for Eyeballers. It's a very clean second round, and it's a really good start for them on Mirage. This time not contested, and this time we're not going to have those wacky, crazy force fights that we've been so prone to in this series.
Yeah, and I like this because we get to, you know, as you like to put it, you know, the meat and potatoes, the real
the gravy.
Yeah,
real gravy.
Oh yeah.
Bit of Yorkshire puds in there as well.
Absolutely. Oh,
Stuffing on the side.
Oh, stop talking filth in my ear for a minute, Freddy. we've got some Counter-Strike to cast. Better than a Sunday roast, and oh my goodness.
He could do with a Sunday roast on the right, because he's a whiff and
yeah, and well, that's just an absolute massacre there. As you would expect, you're not expected to get much out of that one. Heap is the only player that dies, but it is in spectacular fashion, so you have to kind of tip your hat at that one if you are on the receiving end. 3-0 to Eyeballers, and YaLLa are coming back with their first gun round. Alu not on an AWP, but neither is JW. This is still a little bit of a bonus round for Eyeballers with the 2 SMGs in play from Jelly. That's what we're calling them now.
Jelly.
JW and Deli. Jelly, baby.
Jelly. That's such a you remember when, like, in school you'd have like a ship name? Yeah, that's their ship name.
Yeah.
Jelly. Hell yeah. By the way, Alu was the only one to get kills in the first 2 rounds, so it's been a very low scoring game so far for YaLLa, in more ways than one. And this seems like a play from spawn for the Finns, instantly going towards A, with this mid presence being orchestrated by Henu. Now here comes the pop as Henu's in connector. JW wrapped around. There's nothing he could do about that. Utility is sublime. Smiley's picked up 2. Dex is just sizzling. And Eyeballers falter to a very simple round.
Yeah, there was nothing really extraordinary about that round at all. It was just straightforward A hit that you just could not stop. And yeah, okay, JW kind of gets caught out. He has the SMG up close. As you're saying, it is still a little bit of a bonus, but you're not really going to be getting anything. Never mind a bonus out of this round. Boy, 1 kill is all that you're going to be able to boast about, but I wouldn't really be shouting that one from the rooftops, because in all honesty, the players should have done a little bit better in the certain situations, but at least your money is still there. You can get a decent gun round, you can get JW on an AWP. There is still at least maybe a silver lining if you win this next round.
A good start for YaLLa on the rifles after a very slow beginning. Henu's yet to get a kill, which could be a worrisome tale. I think for YaLLa, we need to get Henu online. Yeah, Henu needs to be the difference maker in this third map, like he has been all series long. And even though he didn't get a kill in the previous, he still has a lot of impact by taking that control, taking that space in connector. He was the orchestrator of that round. As soon as he's in position, he calls for it to go, and that's when they do. YaLLa once again looking to direct themselves towards the A-bomb site while having this pincer in middle. Aerial doesn't do great in mid, keeps it live, and over towards A, well, it's perfection. Eyeballers just aren't hitting shots until JW with the AWP comes around, jumping over the scope. Alu will be surviving. Bomb won't get planted though, because JW spams him through the boxes. Regardless of his heroics though, the Swedish team is still in a disadvantageous position, but JW, pure and utter filth. Back-to-back wallbangs, back-to-back denials of the bomb being planted, and for YaLLa, this felt like a done deal. It was a 4v2. And it might still be on because Dele gets caught back turn. JW, third time asking. The bomb can't get planted. And he's been such a menace. Henu's picked up 2 aces already in this series. JW wants to pick up one of his own as he's now coming towards the bomb site. Bomb planted, but Aerial, 24 HP, first bullet headshot. JW, finally normality gets resumed.
Oh my goodness, we have just been denied one of the best plays that you would probably ever see. Look at this, JW picks off the first one, second misses, alright, but he makes up for it. Wall bang there, and then a wall bang onto the next planter. The reposition all the way around to shore and the peak from jungle, JW, man, that would have been an all-timer. An all-timer. But it would be sour if you were on the JANO side. You know, if you were to lose a round from JW being here, there, and absolutely everywhere, you know, you would be really, really upset.
A bit depressed.
Yeah, a little bit, but you win the round. Oh, trying to get out of there is going to be Dex. He's just going to be caught sleeping. As we can see that there is very limited invested in this round. There's a couple of upgraded pistols, but a lot of them just being picked off one by one as JANO are taking all the necessary precautions to dot the T's across the dot the T's across the I's, other way around, but you get the point. It's a JANO round, and they're taking all the necessary precautions. But this is getting a little bit crazy right now. JW, he's feeling himself. Even going for a knife like that. It's still 3-3 though, and JANO are back in this.
I feel a bit bad for JW because that may be one of the best rounds I've seen him in a long time. And he just needed someone to get a kill. He just needed one guy to get something, and they don't. But the main man on your screen, hopefully that's given him a little bit of renewed energy. Sitting quite comfortably 9-4 after that unfortunate 4K. He's supporting Boy to get into ladder. Oh, it is it's taken a while for us to get into ladder room, but hey ho. At least JANO aren't playing fast. And JANO have been very simple on these gun rounds. It's been so far just, okay, we're going to take mid late, and then we're going to go on to A through that contact. And that seemingly, the principle hasn't changed with mid being taken late, but it's a bit of change in directive where the bomb's actually with the collective in middle. Ooh, that's a big miss of the Molotov. Boy, that Molo would have landed on him. And because it doesn't, now he's still alive in ladder room, and they're going to be coming up short. There was supposed to be a Molotov in position. He's going to get cleared, but he drops the bomb. Good trade from Aerial. He saved the day on the previous gun round, and now spearheading the charge, unfortunately, right into the welcoming arms of Dele. JW, the lovely bait and switch, implies that JANO are falling apart, and Henu, the man of the hour for JANO, he's been close to perfection in this series, but unfortunately in this 1 versus 3, not today, as Dele picks up a lovely 3-piece.
Yeah, Dele's been so consistent as well. Big round here from him, and a really nice part of that round was when after he found the first kill, that one from JW dropping Smiley, it made sure that the Molotov didn't land on top of Dele so he could play it at his own pace. Still, the round felt like it was already going to be won by that situation, but if JW wasn't there, then it maybe gets a little bit messy. So really nicely done from YaLLa in all honesty. And now JANO again chasing an YaLLa's lead, but it is only a single round at least, and you can get it back, and you can hurt the money if you do. Oh, how about that, Dele just pushing in. Smiley just spotted a shoulder, giving himself away in that situation. And, oh, Henu tries to get aggressive, tries to do it himself once again, but he is going to be stopped. silenced early on. Eyeballers with a 2-man advantage, and YaLLa have no other option but to walk out B. But the setup here is still really good. Deli gets taken care of though, and Poi, he just needs to try and stay alive and buy time for some rotations, but reluctant to give up that control, and JW is so too. It'll cost him half his health.
This is a scary round for Eyeballers. Especially now that Poi's down. A good dink, however, and it just leaves Alu in a 1 versus 3. He knows where 2 are, but he doesn't anticipate potentially this player coming from apartments, and, well, doesn't even need to, because he hits both the headshots in the 4 versus 2, and Eyeballers, back-to-back rounds now being strung together, putting JANO on, I would assume, just an eco right, with maybe a hero AK on yellow.
I would assume. Maybe not even that. Maybe not even that at all. That's just a great round. That's going to really kind of throw a spanner into the works. Yeah, yeah, they're going to call a tactical timeout, and I understand maybe to have a little bit of a discussion about how they want to invest their funds into this one. But at 2,400 loss bonus, I think you honestly just buy a few upgraded pistols. I don't think anybody goes on to a hero rifle. Yeah, if that. You know, 2,400 is not really enough. Whereas you can give up 6 to Eyeballers and then play a really good gun round where you get Alu onto an AWP and you've got plenty of util and you can kind of play your own game. So
I agree. It's early days. We don't want to try and force an issue unnecessarily. Like, just play passively, play for the future, right? There's no point throwing away econ unnecessarily when you can't even get a good purchase out anyways. 2,400, it should be a no-brainer just to go for the low purchase. I think the only investments are P250s and Deagles across the board. Not even a single piece of armor, which indicates that Alu should have an AWP in the next round. And Eyeballers, though, that means for them they will get 6. And if they then win the next gun round, ooh, they're looking pretty on CT side Mirage. It's one thing to note, when JANO, I said they played really well against their regional opponents. Look, they owned Ents Academy and Hymo. Sure, those are not very good opponents, but they did absolutely own them. I'm looking at this game against Alaska. Why is Mirage in the veto? Why is Alaska playing banning Inferno and not Mirage? You might know this, Jack.
They didn't want to play them on Inferno, is what I got from that.
So they went for Mirage?
I can't remember.
Like was that troll?
Was Leaf playing that game? If so, that might have been the reason as well. I'm not sure.
It was Ducky, so it was.
Yeah.
So it was when they were kind of all over the place.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We're all over the place in this one. We're getting lost, Freddy. We really need to focus on this because look what's happening right now. JW hits the headshot, but JANO have complete control here for the moment. Yeah, Big HG, you need to make sure that you just keep on trading out and finding all these players. Smiley tucked away in the palace. Smoke on the bomb, Kit on Poi, but he is not the guy defusing right now. That is Deli. Poi just holding, posted up from jungle. Nice eagle headshot, spamming away. Smiley completely off the mark. Full 10 second, might be stuck here, and well, Smiley goes swinging right by him, and Deli will put him down. We get lost in our own thoughts for a minute, but it's Smiley who loses Deli in the sauce there.
I'll be honest, I didn't even have the VMix open. I was like, oh, it's a full eco, like, who cares, whatever, like, it'll be fine. And then I look back and it's like, oh, it's a 4v3 with the bomb planted. JANO had no armor, and I mentioned going into the round, it was just P250s and Deagle invested. So for them, sure, it's not a round win, but it kind of ruins the economy of Eyeballers for the long run. JANO, they're going to have the fullest of purchase because of the extra $200. For them, they're in prime pole position to win out this round, kill the economy of Eyeballers, who would then be on a double eco, so they're going to be kind of forced to purchase in. There's a real world where JANO just sailed to 6-6.
Yeah, there is. 100%. I'm in agreement, but this round needs to fall in your favor. And there is some variables in that as well, that if JANO do win and Eyeballers just go and save 3 players, that's still completely fine. And that's maybe like where it gets a little bit techie and goes a little bit wonky. Smoke towards bottom connector. YaLLa are going to try and get past it and get through it, which they will be able to do. Jump spotting in towards CT and towards Ticket. Heap hearing the steps as they make their way up. And YaLLa loving this A bomb site hit, but it hasn't really gone their way in the last couple of rounds, and they don't know about Poi here. Look for the timing to creep on out. He still manages to get one after the steps being created by him. Poi locking down a double, but here comes YaLLa. He needs to try and save the day here and step up. Vintage YaLLa needs to reappear in this one, but he disappears behind that smoke and might just disappear to maybe save in the round, because as time ticks on, he is going to slowly but surely realize that he has less and less chances of winning this one, and he's just going to be caught on a timing. Delhi will put him down and put him down for good. YaLLa, dare I say it, could they be down and out of this first half?
Yeah, that's a really disappointing thing. I definitely had the narrative built around YaLLa of like, look, they do amazing on the eco, they have eyeballers right where they want them for the end of this half, and instead it's Poi finally stepping up on that A-bomb site. Those first 2 rounds that YaLLa won on the guns was because the A-bomb site was quite weak. That wasn't the case in this round. So for YaLLa, you then have the difficulty of not only are we 7-3 down, but the A-bomb site hits that worked previously are no longer working now. Where do we take the final 2 rounds? And well, for this, it is just going to be the low purchase. Don't want to count it out because last time I did it, they almost won with no armor. But eyeballers certainly should be getting 8 on the city side, and right now it looks like a lot of momentum and wind is in their sails to claim 9.
That's if all goes according to plan, but YaLLa trying to spoil the party here, if they can, if at all possible. Double boost in towards window, or just a single? Let's see, just a single for now. YaLLa will make his way up. JW needs to have his wits about him. Of course he will do in that position. HE into the smoke. 2 players are going to be spotted out, but that is just a wonderful timing for Heap to do that. HE goes over in towards Sandwich, and aerial chipped away down. YaLLa trying to strike somebody down in the back, but nobody's there. They've already cleared out absolutely everybody, and all the information given away now. They know exactly where the last player is. YaLLa has that M4, but this needs to be a heroic round from him, but he will be stopped short by his old enemy, an enemy today as well, JW. 12-7 from the Opera of Eyeballers. And this is an 8-3 lead. Another tactical timeout call from YaLLa, because they know that, of course, they were relying on Henu over and over again on map 1 and map 2. And unfortunately, Henu has not lived up to the form that, you know, he was, and the numbers he was putting up on the first 2 maps. And it's a massive void that just, in all honesty, hasn't been filled by anybody else.
I mean, this was the exact narrative I had going to map 2 of being like, well, it's almost impossible that Hannah will do the exact same thing. He actually just does one better. But then, you know, there's only so far that he's going to be able to hard carry his team.
Exactly.
And yeah, Aerial definitely has picked up the pace, and he was good on Dust 2. He was actually like a big component of victory on Dust 2. And he is trying his damnedest. Like, he won that 1v1 against JW, for instance. Like, you know, he's not having a bad performance, but it is just the rest, as you mentioned. Also, Ala's been hurt in Palace right now, but the bomb's going up short, and so is the main contingent. Dele, ooh, he's not going to get away. Turns his back, and that will be his downfall. JW knows as a player in apartment, but the bomb's actually pivoting. Unfortunately, as mentioned, Alu was heard from the beginning of the round to Palace, so Poi is very aware of that possibility. And if YaNo had just continued towards B, they might have probably just won out the round. Unfortunately, though, they've overthought these things. But YaLLa, he opens up a pathway towards A, where Poi is only able to get one trade. Smoking connector, that block save JW. Bomb is going to get denied. JW again from the same position. He's never going to allow for that bomb to be planted towards triple. And it's Aerial, the man I said who's trying to fill the shoes of Henu, up for the 1 versus 2. He's won a clutch already against JW, but this one's looking a lot harder, especially because eyeballers are not giving him an inch to work with, Jack.
Yeah, playing this one, making him come look for the kills. And that's the worst thing about this situation, when the opposing side in a man advantage are just not giving you anything to play around with. And this time it is dirty from Heap right now, spotting him out, back turn. You're not going to be expecting this even if he turns around, but he just gets struck down. He's already cleared that position. Why is Heap there? Because he's caught a wonderful timing, just a great internal clock that Heap has used to perfection, and the clock might strike 12 right now for JANO, as Eyeballers strike 9 in that first half alone.
It's a bit of a worry for JANO, and they do simply amazing to get us into a position where map 3 is on the cards. JANO, they almost come back on train, they come back on Dust 2, and they've just fallen completely flat now. A pistol round victory would be a necessity, but how it's the theme has been, if you win a pistol round in the map, you win both of them. So for Eyeballers on this T side, if they hit 10 from this, I think we just chalk off this game.
We have seen comebacks before. We've seen JANO bring it back and make it competitive. Let's not forget about Train. Mirage is a little bit of a different story, but at least they do have the CT side to go off. But I do agree with you. I think this pistol is a necessity. It is a non-negotiable right now for the finish side. And slow creep towards under. Eyeballers are going to slowly take mid. Smoke in towards top connector. Molly in towards the window. Space being occupied by the Swedes, but information also being gathered here from JANO. They've heard the presence out towards middle. They've spotted out one player, but JW, even tagged down low, is still a danger and a big one.
What? Alu, did you not hear him jumping into window? JW, he hit 50,000 kills in this series, and he's ending Mirage on a high. Those kills may just be the end of JANO. 3 versus 5 retake. We have a smoke for YaLLa, but if I'm not mistaken... Oh no, he does have a kit as well, it was just hidden. So he could go for the 5-second defuse, but he needs to get onto the bomb, and that could be the difference maker. Knife is out, and Heap stabbing him in the back could just be the knife unsheathed for YaLLa, for JANO, as I think they're down and out now.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think that it is looking quite bleak and quite grim for JANO in that situation. JW, let's have a look at this. He has just been absolutely magical, in all honesty, on this third and deciding map, and a big performance from him. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you know, that he did see that post maybe in between games, that he did get his 50,000 kill, because he has come into the third and deciding map just so full of confidence. Right now, JANO just pistols. Oh, aggression in towards the ramp though. This could get a little bit crazy right now as the damage is being done. They've come away with 4 kills. It's just JW left, and he has to try and do it all. He has the bomb on his back. It's a 1 versus 1 versus YaLLa, who is half HP, but an AK collected for YaLLa. This could make things interesting.
No armor. And JW, he's very assertive with this rotation. He is over on the B bomb site before YaLLa even moves. So the bomb's going to get planted, and JW has a lot of utility to work with. Just again, up against a player with no armor, this is going to be very difficult for YaLLa, because JW, this Mac 10 is going to shred him through. YaLLa has to hit the instant first bullet headshot, and because he can't, JW, he won't win out the clutch previously when he got 4 kills, but this time he will win out the 1 versus 2, and stems the bleeding for Eyeballers as they almost lose to a full eco.
Almost is the key word in that sentence, right? Almost. So it is still dire straits for JANO, right? It is still big trouble for them, and this is where, oh, Eyeballers, the mental warfare right now, waiting, letting that clock run thin, and then calling a tactical timeout. I love it. I love it. It's all about the mind games. It is all about the mind games right now. Even at 11-3. Because you know that JANO are no stranger to a comeback. They could definitely, you know, pull up their straps and get back into this game. But yeah, this is right now where Eyeballers just need to stay calm, stay composed, and close this one out. Win this gun round, and you are home and dry, nearly.
Been a very one-sided affair on map 3. JANO 2 rounds away from being eliminated here in YaLLa Compass Winter. not the performance they would have wanted after they come off a high, winning their regional LAN against their fellow countrymen. But in the Battle of the Nordics, the Swedes currently are reigning supreme, and JW, oh, he's so cheeky. Just walking through that connector smoke, aerial blindsided. The MAC-10 gets the opening kill, and the A bomb site capitulates. YaLLa blocked behind the smoke and CT, and Heap even blows it up for good measures. Molo as well to keep Alu at bay. Henu's being heard towards short because of that spam, and JW still skulking around in underpass. He'll be looking to catch Henu off when he makes any noise. And Henu's actually baiting for the jump, but as he then actually jumps down, JW catches him. In the meantime, there was no game, no dice for JANO on the retake from CT, and it's eyeballers to hit 12, and it's been a pretty quick third map.
Yeah, it has. You know, it really has. And JANO are going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't make it more competitive, but eyeballers have just been so clear of them off the match rate. They have dominated this, and you know they should close this one out in emphatic style, and they definitely deserve to stay here at the compass. And I like that from Henu, the little fake jump, but JW still manages to pick up the kill. This is it was a little interesting part of that round, and yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do if JW starts feeling it. You know, if he just starts running around and hitting shots, and it's not only him, you know, that is obviously the main factor in this map, but the fact that it has really just been from eyeballers an all-around good team performance. You've everybody chiming in with some very important and impactful kills, and unfortunately for JANO, they just cannot live up to the expectations that they set for themselves after closing out Dust 2.
Towards ramp, not quite negated. JW having to look from spectator position, but a 4 versus 4 still pretty decent for eyeballers as they're going to be making their way up connector. The bomb's going back ramp. YaLLa is maybe going to be trying to pick off another kill. Alu spotted in CT, and the big question is, can the bomb actually get onto the site? Because the bomb's also being fought in ramp. Dele wins out that duel, but Henu finally getting some impact in this map. He picks up a kill from short. Poi, though, leaves Henu by himself, and we've seen what this man can do. He's picked up an ace twice on Dust 2. He won multiple clutches, and that Molotov, a great beginning. Dele burnt to a crisp. Poi on 13 HP, and it looks like JANO will be seeking to pick up their first round on the CT side. Bomb now to be replanted towards default, and Henu, he just run at him. He just full steam ahead, and a 1 versus 2 from the man, the myth, the legend. He's at a very slow Mirage, but he makes this look better for the Finns.
He keeps them alive for sure. That's the name of the game right now for JANO, is just winning the rounds. It doesn't matter about how comfortable they are, how clean they are. You just need to make sure that you win them. You cannot lose one more. And it's Henu. They should build a statue outside the JANO headquarters. He is their savior. You know, they should start praying to it. He is the guy that is just keeping them afloat time and time again. And they're very thankful to have him, because without him, they would be snookered. And, you know, that's a nice way of putting it, to be honest. But still, a long way back here before we can even think about it. That is obviously a good round to pick up. It keeps you in this game, but you need to replicate it. You need to keep putting them on back to back to back. And Henu, oh, this would be a perfect time for him to hit form. Hits the head of JW, pop out towards the B bomb site, and Henu not stopping just yet. He's got 2 already, but shut down and silenced by Heap. Still though, Smiley in this position, looking to try and isolate a duel if he can. The rotations are here, but they're not going to do anything at all. YaLLa and Alu, it is down to them to save it, and Alu stopping the bomb plant is massive. 2 versus 2 now. This is still for all the marbles, though.
We have util. Heap can smoke off market. Dex can put a mollo towards door, so that should allow for the bomb to get planted. But that is a very ropey smoke towards window. And Alu's just been given a freebie. Dex now into the 1 versus 2. He used to have all his teammates around him, but now alone. How does he play this clutch, playing towards the left. There's no kit on the city side, so he's just going off the comms, and a one tap to put Alu in the dirt. Eyeballers do not allow for any sense of a comeback. It was a 1v2 for Henu, but then it's a punch straight back from the Swedes, and Alu defeated by his old friend JW. He's hit 50,000 kills in his career in this series, the highest on HLTV, and he will be ending up winning this series as JANO get eliminated.
Yeah, they do, man. But look, in all honesty, I just want to take my hat off and actually thank JANO for the game that they gave us there, to be honest, because look, it obviously wasn't the result that they were after, but man, a decided game that had it all. They had highs, it had lows, and it just had a lot of drama as well, man. It was exactly what you want from a neutral point of view. It was just such an entertaining game to watch, and I'm disappointed to see. I would have been disappointed to see either of these teams go. But JANO, I think they will kind of land on their feet now. As we were talking about the VRS system, we are going to be seeing them a little bit more because they won that LAN in Finland. They're going to be elevated. They're going to be eligible for more invitations to more tier 2 events. So I think this is kind of only the beginning for them, and to even be as competitive as they were versus a team like Eyeballers, it goes to show that they can still hang, they can still play, and definitely it is a promising sign for the future.
Yeah, there's a big issue with Eyeballers right now, and if we do get an interview with them, it'd be interesting to ask what's their plan for the future because of their VRS, their kind of situation. And we do have an interview ready. If I'm not mistaken, we do have JW. We have JW. Sometimes I get caught off and I'm like, we've got this person who's completely different. But JW, congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us. That was a pretty clean game in the end on Mirage. How is that game for you after you've won now?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. I think the game... I'm happy that we on Mirage finally managed to somewhat not necessarily play our own game, but play a confident game, I guess. I think even though we won Train, I think we should have won that in a better fashion. I also believe, maybe a bit delusional, but I believe we shouldn't have fumbled us 2 either. So I'm happy that we, after 2, I would say very scrappy maps, I mean from both ends, but we managed to kind of hit our level on the 3rd one and close it out in a good fashion. So feels good, but still perhaps a bit worrying sign about the first 2 maps.
Yeah, well, look, at least you survived as well. Of course, an elimination game is always tough. I don't know if you're aware, but during that Train game, you actually became the first player ever to reach 50,000 kills on HLTV in competitive. So congratulations, and were you aware of that going into the game?
Yeah, thanks. I were aware like a couple of days ago. I think I noticed that. I think I was 7 kills away or something, but that wasn't really on my mind now, and I totally forgot it. But I got some notifications, I think, between the first and second map. So obviously that's fun and all. But yeah, I just wanna win a couple of more games with the team, and I feel like that's the most important right now. Even if that requires me to go 0 frags, I'd happily do it. I just want the wins right now.
Yeah, just talk me through, because you were saying there, you were like, oh, we weren't... Well, you said you played more confident on the 3rd map, and that it's a worrying sign for the future, maybe those first 2 maps. Were you maybe not playing your game? Because we were commenting as well, like T-side Train, it felt like you guys were playing very slow. Dust 2, I agree, I think you guys probably could have closed it out. Can you elaborate a little bit more what you mean about maybe not playing those first 2 maps as confidently, and the worry for the future, as you said?
Yeah, maybe I misspoke a bit. Like I think the maps was a bit worrying in the sense that I think we could have played way better and way cleaner. Obviously, it comes from me expecting more from us, right? I'm practicing with the guys and with the team on a daily basis. I see what we're capable of, and I know that the first 2 maps, it was a bit sloppy on our end. I mean, look at, for example, I think Henu took like 3 aces or something. Obviously, those are very good rounds by him, but I think to be able to do like 3 aces in a game, I think it requires the opponent to do a bit of sloppy things. So in that sense, I think we could tighten out those situations. But yeah, I think the main thing for me being not necessarily disappointed, but expecting more of us is because I know what we are capable of, and I know what we are doing on a daily basis in practice, for example. But yeah, I mean, props to them as well. They took advantage of our mistakes and the scrappy rounds. But I think we can definitely do those things much better.
It kind of ties into my next question, and that's, you know, you guys, obviously the VRS system hasn't really been favorable to you guys. You haven't really been getting, you know, a lot of invitations because of the ranking. And Eyeballers, in my mind anyway, would have always been a Swiss team or even a playoff team in some events as well. So, you know, do you think maybe that kind of sloppiness is down to the fact that you guys haven't really been playing that much in terms of an official setting?
Yeah, definitely. I think the VRS system is a bit unclear and definitely not favoring us right now. I think for like the past 3 tournaments we have been like 3-4 spots away from getting invited to the Swiss, which is a bit of a shame because I feel like the team itself is kind of in one of the best places it has been. I think we were thriving a lot in January when Pete was coming in. We had one really good tournament there, but then we had no invites. So that's also maybe like a reason to the sloppiness and stuff like that in this game, because we know that we don't know when we're gonna get a chance to play an official, right? And we know like now we have one, we better not fuck up. I mean that obviously adds a lot of pressure on the players overall. So yeah, definitely I think that could be taken into account. But yeah, I still expect better from us, and I hope we're gonna deliver better for sure. But yeah, hopefully there's gonna be a bit of clarification on the VRS, because VRS, as I call it, because right now it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I can imagine it's very difficult, and I think I've just got one last final question. Thank you again for chatting to us. But you said, you know, like you're playing every day, all this stuff. What's the plan for the future now, I guess, for Eyeballers?
The plan is obviously to try every open qualifier and hopefully grind the few VRS tournaments that we get and climb in the rankings there, so we potentially can get invites to something. Other than that, I think we need to step up our game in the domestic scene as well. Like within Sweden, we're gonna have a couple of important Swedish qualifiers soon, I believe. So I think the best shot we have right now is to get as good as possible, maybe grind out a few unranked tournaments like these, get better, and be ready for the Swedish qualifiers, because those tournaments could potentially lead to more Val points, which eventually leads to better tournaments overall.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I can imagine playing the unranked tournaments is great to take away some of that pressure that you're talking about. If you're not playing so many officials, maybe not having too many officials that like they're not massive pressure, right? But JW, thank you so much. Well done. Congratulations on a career record of 50,000 kills, and congratulations in the series. And we'll be looking forward to see more from you and Eyeballers later in the main Swiss. So yeah, thank you so much, man, for joining us.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
See ya. Well, great insight. You know, it's always fantastic. I think these, you know, post-game interviews are great. Sometimes, you know, you get a few players that are, you know, they don't really speak their mind, but you really get a good insight into, you know, what it's been like for Eyeballers as well, because they have been, unfortunately, one of those teams that are kind of outside of the VRS system, and you know, it's it can be tough because you can see, you know, you can see that they can perform. You know, they've got a very good 5 here, as JW is saying. This team is in his eyes the best position that it's kind of been in. So, you know, I really want to see more of these guys, and I am happy that we do get to see more of them in this tournament at least.
Yeah, I think that was a really cool interview, a very honest interview. You know, it's not every day you get to sit and have a chat with JW, right?
Yeah.
And I think on top of the whole, it's cool throwing from someone from his perspective of like, we sit there and we're like, yo, 50,000 kills, like that's pretty gas, right? He's just like, yeah, cool, I guess. Like, he's been around long enough where maybe these type of smaller accolades aren't, you know, he doesn't care. He wants to win the events and win the tournaments, not get kills. So I think that's cool how he kind of perceives that. But yeah, eyeballers, I think they're in a very tricky situation where we're not able to actually see what this team is made of because we're not seeing them outside of Compass and like the odd open qualifiers. So I think from what I've seen today, they have a lot more to show than we know because we can't see. And with the addition of Pitta, I don't think that's something that maybe we've discussed about, but a very experienced coach who has, you know, he's won a major as a coach, right? He's won a lot of very high level events. He's been around the Swedish scene as well in the likes of Dignitas, NIP obviously. So he's a very experienced coach. And I think I can imagine he adds a lot of impact to eyeballers. But yeah, Jack, I think that's us kind of done for the day, isn't it though?
Yeah, it is. You know, we are finished up here at the YaLLa Compass Winter 2025, I believe, for the week as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you as always for joining us. This event wouldn't be, you know, possible without the viewership that you guys give. So thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back next week. Make sure to follow Compass on all their socials, and you will see how the bracket will actually shape up for next week, because we still have more Swiss action to come up in this event. As for now, have a good weekend, stay safe, and take it easy. Goodbye.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024